No, only by name, but not.
It's in a really special place.
All right. So Nicole's, I think, on her way, but she said she was going to be late, so we're just going to get started. Got a good group this time. It's the most people that's been in my house actually right now. All right, so today we're doing Egyptian drill and crutch drill. We'll do Egyptian drill in the morning. We'll try a little crutch drill in the afternoon. We'll just break it up that way. Now, I didn't know who was going to be here today, but last month these two guys were here, Alex and Joe, and we did Bojo. So we did 25 different species of material of Bojo, and we shared that. So what we were actually going to try to do was build, Egyptian drill is building upon the Bojo. So if you have familiarity with the Bojo, we're building on top of that, okay? So, I'm just gonna pick one. So this is beach. Okay. Oh, by the way, so, anybody here do martial arts? Anybody? You guys, okay.
I do.
Okay, so I'm putting this on record. So, so when you go to class, I used to go to class religiously twice a week, and workshop, and weekend workshops and things like that, like religiously. So, but something we never did was call in and say, I'm not showing up. Like, I don't do that. My sensei, he didn't give a shit if you showed up or not. And he's just like, look, if you show up, we're trading. If you don't show up, you're not trading. Like, it just comes down to that. So if you think you're coming and you decide you're coming, you don't have to tell me. And if you don't come, you don't have to tell me. Like, you don't have to call ahead. You don't have to do any of that stuff, right? Because I follow my sensei's rule. Like, I just, whoever shows up, we're trading. Whoever didn't show up, they didn't trade. Too bad, sorry. Okay. So I'm just getting that out of the way officially. So whoever sees this video, they know not to do that. All right, so quick review on a set. The best way for beginners to do Egyptian drill is to have a set that reloads, because to make a single spindle built this way, you have to keep making adjustments and keep cutting back and cutting back and cutting back. So it's different from a Bojo. How is an Egyptian drill different from a Bojo? Oh God, my bows are downstairs. I'm sorry, because I was going to work on them.
I get all excited when he's like, does anyone do martial arts? I'm like, me, because I just started. So that's kind of why I'm like, me.
Which one do you do?
Taekwondo.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So it's like this big focal point for me right now because I'm super into it.
Come on in.
I feel like I'm like 6 years old.
Well, you trained me.
Yeah.
We just got started, so it's good.
Alright.
Which is
How's everybody?
Hello. Good.
We got more people this time around. Hey!
Well,
Yeah, it's crowded today.
maybe you can take the one chair.
No, my nails looking apart again.
So there's three main differences between an Egyptian drill and your classic bow drill that we all learned probably earlier. If everybody here is a tracker, I don't know for everyone. Not everyone has had a standard, that's fine. Yeah. Who has never seen a bow drill before? Never done a bow drill?
I've never done one.
You've never done a bow
Never
drill?
done
Oh,
one.
this is going to be interesting. Both of you.
Never done one.
Wow. Good for you guys. You're my heroes.
They wanted to train, so we brought them along.
Yep, well, that's what we're doing, because we're training. I'm trying to keep the teaching down as much as possible because the sets are the trainers. The sets are the teachers. So what we're doing is we've controlled all the variables in the sense that everything is exactly the same size. And all the things that we're using are exactly the same, except for the materials that we're trying to light up. Like that is the only real variable, okay? So as we're going through these, we've limited, like, oh, the size is different, the age of the wood, the this, that, and the other thing. No, we're just focused on the difference between these materials for today. All right. So the three main things with a bow drill and an Egyptian drill is the spindle is much fatter, right? It's much thicker. So this 3/4 inch reload, this would be the size of your bow drill spindle if it was 8 inches long. Like this would be classically that size. So the diameter is larger, and it's larger for a reason. Hey, oh, there you are. Come on in. Have a seat. Chill. We're just getting started. It's John, right? John. All right. All right. So that's one, the thickness of the spindle. All right. Two is the string is longer. Yeah, it's a bunch of string, but I need larger string. The string is longer because in a classic bow drill, so this is a bow drill bow, it goes around once, right? There's one wrap. With an Egyptian drill, the wrap is multiple times, like maybe 3 times. So, I don't know why this is short. I thought I was ready. So we'll do 2 wraps until I fix the other one. Okay. So let's say there's like 3 wraps on here. 3 or 5 wraps going around, okay? Now the thing is if you're using natural cordage, something like this would just snap. If you've ever practiced with natural cordage, they all just snap for a bow drill, until you get it down. So the thing about wrapping multiple times is that the cord does not rub against itself because it's a little separated, and it allows for a better grip on the spindle because it has a lot of surface area grabbing the spindle. So this is called torque when you spin it. It forces the turn no matter how much pressure you put on top of it, right? So bow drill wood is actually much lighter, okay? If you're gonna do bow drill, it's gonna be lighter. And you're not gonna use a whole lot of pressure on a bow drill, on your classic bow drill, because it's soft wood, right? But the woods we're doing today, these 25, are normally out of the range of being able to do a bow drill. Okay? So we're gonna do, now mind you, these are not pieces of branches that broke off while they were in the weather. They're not soft. These came from a lumber yard. This is tree trunk wood, cut and milled and put away, which means they are the hardness that they were when they were milled, right? Wood like that is out of the range of trying to do a bow drill. Like you're just gonna keep cranking and cranking. You're gonna try pressing really hard and your bow is not gonna work. Like the technology is wrong for that hardness, okay? The technology is wrong for the hardness. So we have to change the technology. All right. So we're going to keep a little magic foo dusts. Should I use that? I'm just going to use it there. Meanwhile, I'm going to get a better string on this. All right, let's see what happens. Sorry, I'm very ADD. If you weren't here last month, you don't know that.
I'm not the only one.
Now, with this device, you have to be careful of the hose clamp. You don't clip your leg. All right. What Egyptian drill method forces you to do, it forces you to really clean up your bow drill technique, right? If you were lazy with your bow drill technique, you can kind of get away with that because the wood is really soft. But because the wood here is really hard, you're not allowed to get away with it. Okay. So you have to truly anchor this thumb against your leg as a structure, like truly anchored. The other thing is you can't use arm pressure. It literally has to be your body weight on top of this thing. Now, if your arm is bent, that's not going to work. So you have to keep your arm straight and able to support your body weight on top of the spindle. So you have to change your technique so that your arm is straight as a straw going through an apple, if you ever heard that reference, right? So I'm just going to get it started. I'm not trying to do anything yet. I'm just trying to relax into it, get a feel. And I do this thing called 4-directional bowing. So I don't want to bow and burn into the notch. So I'm going to go east and west to start off. So will I get this? Who knows? I'm training. I'm just gonna see what happens. So I have to put my whole body weight on. See, with all the weight I'm putting on it, if this was a bow drill, it would not turn. It would just stop dead in its tracks. See how long it's taking? If you have experience trying to get a coal going. Have to mess around with the coal a little bit. There we go.
So what about the 4-directional bowing? You said you didn't want to
Okay,
burn
so
the...
yeah, so how we learned to bow drill for some of us, it starts with 2 points, right? So, and there's no notch when you start, right? The difference here is that there's no point to keep in a straight axis. And there is a space that it can burn into because there's no wood there holding it off, right? So a spindle will drift into that notch because there's nothing there holding it. There's no wood there in the notch. So what I do is I burn into the places where there is wood on both sides. And then when I think it's mated, now it's mated together, I'll go north-south because of the difference in the technology compared to how we first learned how to do bow drill.
Do you do that with a bow drill too?
Oh, I would if it was built this way. But if you were starting off with a traditional one that you've carved, you have to change your methods for how to do it. So, it's a little hard to see. This isn't a great example, but hardwood dust isn't really dust. A lot of times it comes off as black needles. So with the examples that we're gonna have today, that's a little rough, right? Like I had to like bear down. You have to like keep going. This really ups your game. But, so what was this? This was beech. And I think American beech. So, we're not doing tinder bundles. So, respectfully, it goes in the fire. Okay? So, I did beech, right? So, see, here's how this works while we're here. So Joe, wow, did beech, which is, I don't have the scientific name in front of me, FG, I think, at 1020. All right, Egyptian drill on today's date. Okay. So, to get things started off, Alex, please choose a material.
Right.
Behind the back choice. We have white ash.
Oh, white ash. Lucky. It's a good one. Now, again, this is not ash. That's a broken tree branch. This is axe handle ash. So if you went to like Home Depot and bought an axe handle, it's that kind of ash. It's like that. There's hickory in there. It's like axe handle hickory. So
the tree branch is softer?
it would, see, that's what you would collect if you were out in the wilderness traditionally, right? You would only go to find something that was already dead, dry, something you can crack, right? But still stable enough to work with. So,
It's already spindle shaped too.
this
It's
is
less work.
the ash. Where's this? Where's mine? Steps. I'll put the other side. I'm gonna put the beach here for you. You're good, right?
Yep.
You think you got it?
Going 2 reps.
Yeah, it's only two. I'm gonna do this one. I don't know where the string went. You know? All right, so how this works is Alex is doing white ash because we're documenting. And that is, I thought I had everything prepared, but that's obviously not. Ash white.
I'll show the little rap lesson here from Joe while he's writing. So you hold this in your left hand, facing down.
Oh,
Yes. In your right hand, and then you're just gonna that. Right. Once you get it there, grab the thumb and round goes towards the bottom. That way you'll have this end facing up, and the end that's towards you facing down, so that you're not grinding that into the ground. We'll probably have to look at this another time, but once again, that is the first move, and that's going to help you a lot. That first move is going to orient everything rightly. If you get weird there, it's hard to continue. But that pointed down to the left and your right, grab. We're all pros now, right?
A step in the right direction.
It's all right, because everyone's going to do it.
Yeah. Let's see one more time.
You do the bow drill like that too?
Yes, but one wrap only.
Yeah.
I mean, you can have an Egyptian wrapped style bow drill, which won't have the thicker spindle, but traditional bow drill is a single wrap. Here we go, white ash.
Hey Joe, you might need some batteries.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's blinking. He's got very good form. He goes from end to end on the bow. That increases rotations. Here we go. So if you got a really good close-up of what the coal looks like, it's larger particles. They're definitely larger particles. This is a problem.
It is.
Larger particles are a
Nice.
problem for a coal trying to form together. Here, pass it around first. If that's all right. Everyone have a look.
So there's a
Take a
lot-
really good close look at how the particle size.
It'd be cool to photograph that actually. You get like a white
Right,
piece of paper
and get
and
really
spread it out
get
really
in there.
thin. Like this kind of thing. Yeah, you just said.
one.
What's the last one?
All right, I'm gonna have Joe go next, if that's all right. Choose your poison.
The spindles have a hole drilled
The
through.
hickory here.
Oh, why that? Yes,
I mean, just so they don't burn down.
I'm gonna explain that.
Yeah.
So,
You know what? A lot of the ones you have, so
yes, yes.
for everybody else too.
All right, so while Joe is setting up, this is good. So while Joe is setting up. There. All right. Joe, throw me a reload.
Yep.
Yes. Okay, so question is the business end, the base end of the reload is hollow, right? So the hollow space is called a lumen, scientifically a lumen, right? It's tubular, hollow tube. And the way I explain this is that for anyone who has hand drill experience, there's a reason why hand drill plant stalks wood. And the reason that we're able to get a coal from a plant stalk is because the middle of the stalk of the plant is actually hollow. That's actually the reason for it. Now, these 22 variables here, okay, and these are basically all the things you need to speak the language of starting a friction fire. So, what are the variables involved with creating a lumen and why? The answer is surface area, okay? Because if you had a hand drill spindle and you were spinning it, okay, and it was a solid piece of wood, right? Chances are you would not be able to get it if it was a solid piece of wood, right? Now, for those of us who have bow drill experience with a lot of spindle making and spindle use with a bow drill, you notice that the end of the bow drill, where it burns, of the spindle, it spheres off. It goes round. Why is it always a round shape? Like all the time? Like why? So I'll just answer that question. The answer of why it rounds off is because the outside of the spinning spindle spins the fastest, and the inside of the spindle spins the slowest. Okay. Now, the center of the spindle is actually in your own way. It is in your way. So while you're trying to push down and spin and create a fire, the actual dead center of the spindle is actually doing this. It's actually keeping you up. It's in your way. So what you have to do is remove the center so it stops going like this, and keep all the friction on the fastest spinning part of the spindle, which is the outside. So what we're doing is we're taking the principle that allows us to do hand drill with a plant stock and applying it to all the other drill devices to make them work. Because since we have created the devices to save lives, our tribe's lives are on the line, right? Like, we have to start this fire or the whole tribe dies, for example, right? To be dramatic. So we, as the fire keeper, we are responsible for making the devices that start the fire. So somewhere in my mind, ethically, if I don't make the device to almost perfect specs to get the fire, I'm being negligent in my duty to start the fire. Does that make sense? Like, I would be negligent to not do it. To leave it in and try to get a fire would be ego. And the tribe doesn't need ego. The tribe needs a fire. Does that make sense? Okay. That's the quick and dirty of why the ends are all drilled out. Is that good? Any questions? Joe, please. I'm going to put that back over there. Thanks.
And what is this?
Hickory.
Hickory. That's why I have these.
So you use a fresh spot, just
I'm
Any reason?
because this well
What you wanted
the
they
whole
burned down already.
the hole he was just talking about. There's like a bump here where this sits, so I
Yeah.
just want to
Yeah.
for me personally.
So we're doing hickory,
Maybe it would work. But I'm not sure.
which
It's
is
a new wood for me. I just want to
Caria
give myself the
species.
best chance.
I don't know exactly what hickory. There's many hickories. So we're doing Caria species. There we go. So variable number 2 over there is energy. Now, relatively speaking, we're all pretty healthy, right? But number 2 is energy. So even though we're healthy, none of us want to be doing like one after another, after another, after another, because this would be a really short workshop. So it's actually really important that we're like going from person to person, because everyone's going to need a break after doing even one of these. Okay? So, see, there's no rush. You feel your way, get into position. Nobody gives a shit, right? Do what you got to do to figure it out, right?
Does it matter which way the notch is, forward or back, or doesn't matter?
Not really. It's a preference, but if you're demoing, you want the camera to kind of see the coal in the front because it's not going to see it. So it all depends on like the reason why you would want it forward or backward. If it's just you and you don't care, you may lean a little back and look down into it. Or if you're a forward leaner, you would look outside of it. But I keep it on the outside just out of habit because I'm always showing people.
Yeah.
It's a good question. How's it feel, Joe?
Good.
Okay, so I have my glasses on. So number 18 there is duration and time. You have to have enough energy to be able to go as long as you possibly can and not stop.
And I
So you can pick it up, remember?
Oh, yep.
That's like one of the things that like I've struggled with is
Yes,
like especially
we all
with,
struggle
like,
with it, by the way.
But that
We all do.
compression of your like because you're compressing your torso too as you're like leaning over, and I feel like I start to just get like completely gassed out.
Yes, yes.
Like and so seeing him go slowly because I feel like I gotta go so fast, and that maybe it's just like more of like a slow burn.
Yes, yes. So this is why I feel it's really important to know all the methods, because not everyone is going to be able to do every method. So the problem is when you learn, very good job. What time is it over there? I can't see. 10:37. 10:37. Thank you very much. Joe did hickory. Very nice. And he saved the trog. Very good. Joe saved the trog. What was I saying? Oh, so you have to know every method because not everyone can do every method. So I would never expect a child to do fire plow. I would never expect a child to figure out fire thong with, rattan blades, right? So you have to know every method so that you have, it's many tools in your toolbox. Because you can't just have a hammer. You have to have many different kinds of tools, right? So this is why the 4 main methods that I will show children are in order of ease. Toggle drill, which requires 2 people, and all the child has to do is just do this with a cord. Like that's it, that's all they have to do. So that's the easiest one. And then we go down to like a pump drill. And and then a crutch drill, which we're gonna do this afternoon. And then finally, if they're like a teenager, they could do Egyptian drill, which is this. They don't have to do it with this hardwood. They could do it with bow drill wood, which is really softer. But I think after a while, you're gonna find after doing Egyptian drill is easier than bow drill if you have bow drill wood. You would prefer doing this with a bow drill insert and a bow drill base wood, which are softer woods. And a child could light that up if they have the physical skills to be able to do it.
That's
John.
style with. Like,
Sorry, nobody, we're, okay, so keep in mind, we're training. I don't care if you get a coal or not. Nobody cares if you get a coal or not. We don't care. The point is that you're experiencing it and trying it. I don't give a shit. Nobody here gives a shit. Okay? Excuse my language. But these things just need to be said. Like, when you do martial arts and you start doing your first forward rolls, you can't care how you look. You just have to keep going and get better at it. Because, you know, the people that are there are like, yeah, just keep practicing. Just keep practicing. That's all it is, right? We don't care.
what was that first method you
Yeah.
said for kids?
Toggle drill. Toggle drill. I have tons of video on that.
That
If
9-hour video you did, that
The-
was like all,
That was every method.
because I watched it.
Huh? You watched it, so you saw the toggle drill there, right? Yeah.
Do you want me to pass the other one around that we're not using so we can get a sense for how it feels?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, there it is.
So what are we doing, John?
Zebra wood.
Oh, is it good for you? Pick a good one.
So these have the whole drill here too.
So John is doing Who's here? Oh, okay. Glad you can make it.
I'm assuming hickory is not one of the challenges.
With the notch, so it goes almost to the middle. Like if I'm carving it myself.
So while John is getting ready, I can explain this. This is good.
And is hand drill different than bow drill? No.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, here is our board. All right, here is our socket. Okay, so when I do a notch, here's the dead center of that socket. All right, when I do a notch, you kind of want to go at a 45, right? But you stop short of the center. And you're halfway between center and the edge of the socket. So it is a 45, but you're stopping halfway inside the circle to the dead center.
For any notch, hand
For
drill, bow
all,
drill.
this is what I do for every single drill method that I teach. And the reason behind this is that if you go all the way to center like this, you've just increased your chances of the whole drill actually burning into the notch. This is called drift. So it's gonna, here's what the spindle is gonna do. Because there's space and no wood, this wood actually keeps everything in control right here. But because there's no wood here, the spindle will actually go this way, this way, this way, this way. That's called drift. It's an excellent question.
So
And this, if it enters this space, if it starts entering this space, it has a greater chance of going out. So we go here, we stop here, where the outer, this is the socket, right? This is the center. This is the notch. So the way the spindle is the spindle has a lumen, right? It has a dead center. There's no center, but it keeps the outer rim here. And the outer rim is the only thing that goes through this space. Goes through this space. It's the only thing that goes through. And provided you're not angled back, if you angle your spindle, you're going to drill in that direction. If you angle forward, it's going to drill in this direction. It's just going to burn whatever direction you've angled it toward. This is why you have to keep your spindle dead straight and straight down. Otherwise, you're just going to drift in whatever direction you're going into. But keeping this space there is important.
Is there an ideal space back from the edge of the wood that you want your notch?
Not
Like a 1/4 inch. You don't want it too far because
it
then you
doesn't.
got to
Yeah,
dig it out.
you just need enough wood there for it to not bust out.
Yeah.
Just enough. So now, if you go deeper in, that's more carving for you to do,
Yeah.
just to make that notch. So, are we good? Thanks, John. Thanks for your
Ready
patience.
to disappoint me.
Again, nobody cares.
Nobody's judging.
Nobody. We're training. Training is different from, like, there's no test at the end of this. There's no grading at the end of this. There's no grading at the end of this. Like, nobody cares. Oh, your string is backwards. It's inside out.
backwards.
Yep.
Oh, you want the end down?
Yeah. So, it's all right. Take your time. No rush. Fix things as you go. It's still backwards.
Still backwards?
Yes.
Oh, you. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The other way. Just wrap it the other way.
So, this way. Like that.
Yeah, but go. You want to go. You want to go.
Because you want it on the
Down.
inside.
Down. Down. Down.
Pass that board behind you. The small one, yeah.
Okay.
Pink.
That's it. Very nice. See if it would. So John is doing zebra wood. Is it good? Yep. Try to keep your arm a little straighter if you can, so you can get your body weight. So you want your body weight to go straight down your arm to there.
Yeah.
I know it can be tough for but you don't want your body weight going this way. You want it going that way. And it will go out your elbow. Like that, like you can't use your tricep.
Yeah.
You have to keep this straight and put your body weight straight down.
I'm not going to need
Yeah, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
Actually.
Pick it up.
Okay, get
I'm glad, like, I've got a bunch of layers.
Very nice, John. John's first zebra wood, right? First zebra wood. Nice.
Oh, right there.
What's the junk on that?
A good call on that one.
1830.
Yeah.
So Jonka 1830 is 10, 40, 48, 10,
Even with the bad form.
What's the hardest wood number?
You can pass that to everybody.
That's an excellent question. So, let's just do this now. So last month we did Bodril woods, right? So Bodril hardnesses can be somewhere between 300 to 900. Okay, these are Jonka numbers. A jonka is a measurement of wood hardness. Okay, so we did this last month. So we did all of these woods. The only one we didn't get was Douglas fir.
Yes.
Last time, yeah.
Douglas
You got
fir is the only one we didn't get. And there's a reason for that.
It's like all those splintery, right?
So, jonka, how you measure jonka is you take a 1/2 inch ball bearing and you fire it into a piece of wood. And if the ball bearing buries itself halfway into the wood, that is the jonka measurement. That's how right now they measure wood hardness. So bow drill materials would be under 900. Okay, so now we are going into the realm of, this is going to be really weird. So these are woods from 90 to 430. And then we're up to 600. And then from 600 to 770. And then to 940. And then I think we'll start here. So these would be sort of bow drill woods, these pages. But look at this, 900, 1100, 1300, 1550, 1820, that one's hickory by the way, and 2000. Look at how many woods here are there compared to here. There's more. And so these are from about 900 or like 1000 to 2000 in jonka hardness. So all of these, not all of them, but these, if you only know bow drill, these are out of your reach. You do not have access to these woods. You only have access to these woods if you know one method. But now we have to start challenging ourselves. If you want access to these trees, right now, if you only know bow drill, you don't have access to these trees.
A lot of these trees are what are around here too, though. So like if you look.
And these trees are from around the world as well.
Yeah.
There's no country listed here. So, is that on?
Yeah.
Is that good?
Recording that.
So this is just like 900 to like 2000 in jonka hardness. So by us doing Egyptian drill, we've added these woods, right? Basically. So if we start doing crutch drill and pump drill, we're going to add woods from 2000 to 3000. And if you do toggle drill, which was originally your question, you get to do these woods that go up from 3,000 to 5,000 in jonka hardness.
A toggle goes 3,000 to...
That's 3,000 to 5,000-ish, right?
Is the ironwood we have around here pretty hard?
See, ironwood is a common name, so it
Yeah.
depends on the scientific name that you have there.
Yeah.
So, but here's the thing. So, we've done these
Yeah.
already with toggle drill. And so, if you know toggle drill and you have a toggle drill, you can fear no wood. It does not matter. Like, you don't have to go, what tree is this? What species is this? It doesn't matter, because you're probably going to light it up. That's how good toggle drill is. Which is why it's the first one I teach children, because it doesn't matter. And I start them with bow drill wood. So, but it's like, it's the easiest, it's also the energy, most efficient method you could do, that even a child can do. So, which is later in the year. Does that make sense? Any questions? Okay. Okay, so we're training. So let's train. Who's next? Yes. Because that's what we're here to do. We're here to do. And no need to be afraid. So you're going to choose one in there.
15.
All right. Ebiara. Very nice. Good choice.
Hey Joe, should we charge these other batteries while we're waiting?
He's done the Egyptian drill and fire as well.
I also have two more.
Okay.
Did I use this one?
Yeah.
So just some logistics. Do I take off all these things?
Yeah, I would
Yes.
say so. Yeah, you could leave them on, I guess.
You want me to put a load on fire?
Oh, please. Because you know I'm ADD and doing 50 things at once.
So the thickness of the board, the baseboard, you would. I mean, you use that magic dust to make
Yes,
it
yes, good
smaller,
question.
but-
That's an excellent question. So this is, there it is. Can I blow it up? Now, because of your question, the thickness of the board, so we're gonna go this way. So the thickness of the board, right? Now, when you start cranking your drill, right, your dust will fall to the bottom, and then it has to work its way up. All of that is waste. You're wasting energy, and you're wasting your time, your duration, your time, right? So what we're doing is when we fill the notch with dust, we're saving time and energy. So we've raised the floor. Basically, when you fill the notch, you raise the floor up, and the coal is forming right here where all the heat, and where all the heat is too, because there's no heat down here. The heat is here. So now we're probably going to get 2 or 3 more cranks out of each socket, out of each notch, right? But you want the coal to be forming like right there. How long do you think it would take for you to be cranking and cranking and cranking by the time it actually reaches the top? And it'll be cold because it's cold down here.
So instead of
So the
waiting
temperature-
for it to drop
the
down
temperature
into
is-
the notch for the compression.
You want to angle it the other way, Sue, instead of down like that, up like that.
I'm sorry. Like this?
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Okay.
Okay.
You want to come show me?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just thought like
So you're
a hand drill,
wrapping
a thinner board, but it's the same
Bottom
idea.
up, and if you
You just
go
want-
from
All right, so
down
if
down,
you-
could have a
you'd be
thicker
like
board.
this.
The risk of having a really thin board is you
I
drill
should
through the
do it
board,
the opposite way. I should do the top down.
right?
Okay.
Let's say you're just getting it started.
Yeah.
Now you've made it together. How much material do you actually have left
So
to crank
Joe
out of
showed
there?
us the way
So
to
if
do
I
it.
was primitive, I would
that
just
makes it
find some
different.
crushed up.
Chances are it would be a branch. You would be starting off with some kind of branch,
Yeah, and I
right?
would-
So
You hold it like this.
Yes.
I'd have the shavings and I'd
Touch
have
it.
things,
Touch it just like this.
material to fill in.
Right,
and
right,
hold
right.
that, And then
Hopefully.
you just wrap it down.
I like a bag of cedar.
Makes it super.
cedar's really nice, right?
That's it.
And then you're gonna actually you would take one more, but then you're in the position. It's not straight like a blow drill. It's a little bit of a.
Yes, and you hold it like a tennis racket so that your bow tip is slightly up.
Right.
Okay.
Spin with your left hand.
Take it. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Hold,
Hold the string in your right
hold the string in right hand.
Like this.
And you found 8 inches of
Touch and go down, wrap down.
This way.
Yep.
Yes, down, down, and now you're a pro. At least one more time there. At least one more. All right, now you can't have it by the. It's got to be above the hose clamp.
Okay.
Take your time.
Yes? No?
One more wrap. You're gonna need one more wrap. That's not gonna be enough wraps. Is that my phone?
I know.
Just fell asleep.
I've been thinking about like, after watching videos.
And it goes, and it's on an angle?
Like I'm
Yes?
always just gathering.
Yes,
Oh,
so you just,
do? Like, make-
you're gonna want to, first you're gonna try this out, so we can see what's going on. You're gonna step on here.
He's got like towards his have like
No problem.
No, it's gonna be nice.
All right, now your hand, so your fingers, there's a space here, so your fingers go there. Yes. It's designed for a human hand. So this goes all the way in the back.
you guys making my little showing how.
Now, I want you, don't drill, just get a feel for bow. Feel what it's like to just bow with this set. Go from end to end on your bow.
I think that I'm kind of in that stage. I'm just like a kid with all these things.
Now, you're not trying to get a coal right now. I want you to just get a feel for the method, because we're training. We don't care. We're training.
I feel like it's binding.
It's mating together again, is what's happening. So,
Am I straight?
you're straight enough. You look straight.
Well, see, that's another, because her hand is
It's in,
inside.
yeah.
And like, but that gives her, I mean, if it can be maintained, right, then there's more of that, like,
I'm gonna say there's no one exact way to do it, but just me personally.
right.
I have, when I do it this way, right, I have a lot of surface area against my leg here. And like, I don't want my shoulder. And I mean,
Right.
you could have it this way, but you just, it's,
This way?
everything is preference, as long as the principles are being followed. Like, you want your body weight and you want this straight.
And you said, like, hooking you were talking about.
That's how I do it, because I want,
Yeah.
I'm trying to get as much surface area for stability as I can,
And that, like, locks
right?
you in.
And this is basically our Bojo form, right? This is how we first learned it. We locked our wrist against our shin, right? The only difference you need to do in my style is I just make sure this is straight.
This is much.
And I just ride down my leg this way. Yes, go ahead, Sue.
Should we go and
It's a little less strain on my shoulder this way.
Is it?
It's less strain, did you say?
Because in practicing Egyptian drill, it really works on your Bojo form. Like, it's telling you your weaknesses of your Bojo form. Now, we don't care if you get a cold, but I would really like to see you go faster. How are you feeling? How's your energy?
A bit out of breath, but it's okay.
Okay. Now just see how long you can go without hurting yourself. Fine. You look like you're doing really well. I really like what you're doing there. So you've done Bojo before, correct?
It started to build up. Yeah.
You look really good there. You look really good.
That's my clamp.
FER. Oh, I
That's my
didn't.
clamp.
Oh. Just stay right there.
And then I like how you
There's even on there.
right? Yeah.
I'll get it.
But now that we have she's really interested.
We are. With the chocolate.
All right, squeaking means what?
Squeaking means not enough pressure. So the wood is actually speaking to you that you're not using enough pressure.
That might be
So the junk on Ebiara is 1,280
because I think that was one of the things
ish.
that slowed her
That's not an exact number, like ever. It's either more or less, that around that range.
And then Obi, is there a Latin?
Ebiara, yes.
Sperlinia.
It's number 15 there.
Okay, I got it. I know.
All right, so Susan is doing Ebiara, 1,280. She is cranking. She's cranking with a fire on her back.
Oh, this is red superwood. Do we have the other one going on?
You got it. You're.
Yeah, don't say you got it and like unless if you see it cool.
Pressure on it.
Yeah.
That's what
It's all
happened
body
last
weight.
time. I was
Yeah,
It's all
like-
body weight.
And then I'm like,
And then you have to be able to figure out how to not
Yeah,
use your arm. Your arm has to be straight
No,
and
I
your
was
body
like-
weight has
Yeah, I
to
know,
transfer
yeah.
your body weight straight onto the top of the spoon.
I did it before. All right, what am I doing different now that I did it before and I'm not doing it now?
I think at this point, it's just pressure. Because you look like you would get that.
Okay.
It's just a pressure thing at this point. Now, it's not easy if you can't put the body weight on top of it, that's okay. But the point is that we are figuring out problems that we would have, you don't want to run into these problems when life is on the line. You want to solve problems in a dojo where everyone can learn and it's a safe place to learn all the mistakes. The point is to make mistakes. The point is to run into problems. The point is not to be successful. The point is to understand.
I think you're dropping your right shoulder too low.
This shoulder too.
Yeah.
This shoulder too.
Yeah. Like I just feel like you're leaning. I don't know.
I'm grabbing the bow further back also.
Yeah, you would have to grab it back. You don't want to grab it in the middle.
Thank you, John.
I just feel like you're close to the ground there.
Is that string might be a little loose? I think it might be a little-
So, Susan, here's what I'm going to recommend.
I'm gonna stop.
I'm going to recommend that we try that with crutch drill after lunch. Crutch drill.
Okay. I'm gonna stop.
This is the point of learning different methods. Because we're going to try a different method and see if it's easier, technologically easier. All right, who's up next? I'm going to start. Good job.
I'll go.
So,
Just pick out of the box.
I mean, yeah. It's whatever the prize is in the Cracker Jack.
This one.
This one is a Negre. Very good. Good choice.
Oh.
A Negre.
It's doing its
Oh,
chart.
They are. I like it.
It's like a nice like weight material.
thank you.
Yeah.
Very
Ooh, that looks
Good
great.
job.
Thanks. Thanks.
Proud of you.
Smells good.
Just training. We're just training.
Just
We're
training.
just training.
Just training.
What'd you get?
Yellow birch.
Oh,
Do you
very nice. Challenging.
put all this back
I
together?
just throwing it out. It's not. Yeah. It'll test your form, but it's like it's possible.
Okay, I just need to learn my form anyway.
Yes. No,
So it's okay.
we don't. Doesn't matter. Honestly, it doesn't matter. Right? It's 1 out of 25. Like, it
That's right.
doesn't matter. So it's. Alright, so
A lot
Kevin,
of times I get ready right from
you've
there.
done
I got it.
Kevin
I got
did,
it.
you got it? Kevin did it.
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
No, no.
Nope. So
All right.
I'm gonna learn my form right now.
There's a lot of people too.
Yeah,
Like,
cool.
it's not 5 people. We had 5 people last week. 5?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're.
This is good, right? You want that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I'm sorry. What's your name again?
Beth.
Beth. That's right.
Winter's easing off a bit now, so it might be more.
Beth is doing
Think about doing that.
Birch.
Yeah, let me know if you need help getting one for that.
That would be awesome.
John.
Because I know you need a lot.
1216.
It would be helpful. Yeah, we got lots of rocks, but I mean, special rocks are cool.
What kind of
I
rocks
would
are you-
forget my daughter's name if I didn't have to keep yelling it all the time.
Chalk or limestone.
I had a friend that named both of her boys in such a way that she could yell at them both at the same time. Like, so that when they'd get in trouble,
Lots of
she
rocks.
could yell like,
And then Frank-
Bennett, John Taylor!
That's how we chose our kids'
You
names.
could yell at them.
I sat down with my wife and like, we have to be able to yell their names when we're angry.
And then
So we sat down and we decided what we were going to be able to yell and be okay with. Because we're going to be doing it for years. Like, we literally did that. Like, that was no joke.
Oh, she really did. Like,
We did that.
put 'em- yeah.
Yeah, we like, yeah, and you have to do the middle name.
And I thought
You have to
the
do
ones
all three.
Yeah, my kids know they're like,
It
if
had to have a flow to it, like, it couldn't be too.
Yeah.
It couldn't be.
they're in big trouble when the middle names start.
Oh, yeah.
Side Joshua Tree!
And then you could wrap around if you needed to.
Yep. That looks good.
No, that's probably good.
Okay. What kind of?
Bit of magic.
Now, there's no, if you want to use a notch that's been used, that's fine. We don't care. So,
Oh, we got high hopes.
hey, you never know.
Never know. You're right. Okay.
So you got to stand on the board?
You could do that, or we could turn it around either one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We just won't see what's going on.
That's okay. Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna borrow this.
Yes.
So how my handhold is designed
Uh-huh.
is, you notice there's a space here, right? That's where your fingers go. Okay, so when you are transferring your body weight down your arm, your body weight is not here. It's under your wrist, which is why the hole is there.
Oh.
Because it goes straight down here to under your wrist, and your fingers have the hole. Does that make sense? That's why it's designed that way. Right. So you're gonna move your leg up, right into the middle of your foot. Good.
Oh.
You're good.
Okay.
You're gonna lock your thumb against your shin. This is gonna be flat. Now, don't crank hard. Just get a feel for it. Just feel how it is when it's working together. That's all we care about. Yup. End to end on the bone. You're gonna keep this tip up, and you're gonna keep that tip down. Yep. You don't have to shoot it up, you just have to keep it like a little high and a little low. You don't have to press hard, I just want you to get your flow. Get your flow down before you do any hard pressure on that thing. We're training.
We are trying.
Nobody cares. Nobody gives a shit.
I work near there. Like 10 months out here, somewhere like, I think it's like 20 minutes for me to get to the airport. I live in Stanhope. I'm in northern Jersey.
Whoop.
I wouldn't mind.
Take your time.
Going to the same class.
There's no rush. No rushing.
No rushing, we are just treating.
Take your time.
So how do you hold this exactly in the back? Just at the
Just hold it
end?
right at the end. Just like you're holding a tennis racket.
Doesn't matter, some people grab the string, not.
Usually people grab the string because the string is not tight enough. So if your bow is bowed, you're holding it against the bow so that it's a little tighter. But you don't have to do that unless you just feel like doing it. In this case, with the Egyptian wrap, there's enough cord surface area on the spindle to make it turn. Unless it's so super loose that it's not gonna work. So you can see no matter what, it is turning because of all the cord surface area. Yes, very nice. Very nice, very nice.
It's almost like why do bow drills do this? I guess you need a bigger piece of wood. If you're gonna
Yeah, magic dust.
Does she smell?
What?
And then
Yeah, can you keep going?
I'm gonna try.
Okay, don't lose your form.
Ah, I think I got too excited about the smoke.
Yes, yes.
Look good.
So leave everything exactly as it is. You want to keep going, or?
No, I'm tired.
You're done, okay.
They're good.
Yeah.
But look,
Look at that smoke.
Oh, almost.
all that needed was to be ignited. So you're
Okay.
no, but that's great.
Yeah, no, that's
That's
more
awesome.
than I thought. So that's great. I'm happy with that.
I'm happy on it.
So, Joe, what makes this the Egyptian drill? Not just the wrap. Is it the insert? Is it how thick the spindle
So
is?
historically, we kind of know that Egyptians used a thicker spindle
Okay.
with a smaller
I understand.
yeah, piece,
Okay.
and they used to drill into the limestone.
Right.
Yeah, make it a little.
Like they weren't just like making fires, they were drilling holes. And I think that's how they used to do it.
They did that in sculpture. And the
Man, that was awesome.
I'm sure, yeah.
There was a same thing.
I mean, because it's thicker and because of the insert.
maybe not.
You know the drill.
Oh, there you go. That's okay.
Alright. Alright, where am I going?
Pick one.
Anyone from the box?
Doesn't really matter. We're just training.
Canary wood.
Oh. Very good.
Canary.
So
1520.
1520. 1,520-ish.
I'll pass one.
Canary wood. Nicole.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna like the smell of this one. I'm already.
Oh,
Hopefully it burns better than it smells.
You're basically at a buffet and you're trying foods you've never tried before is what we're doing.
With utensils I've never used.
That's right, that's right. Using chopsticks for the first time or something.
It's really hot by the fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did good.
So I noticed you have the lumen on one side but not on the other. Like, so how far do you?
That means
drill
that
them?
this is the insert.
Yeah,
Insert
no.
it in there. Yeah.
Okay. No, I just noticing.
And give it a little smell. It has an interesting.
And then do we need to tighten this down, I guess? Very exciting.
Right inside the buttons.
Now, what would you make the clamp out of? Let's say.
So, I might do a splice joint.
Okay.
A splice joint is an angle joint. So one end would be on a, I forget what the degree is, maybe 20-degree angle, maybe. And the reload would also have an angle, and it would join here, and then you would. Traditionally, that's how a lot of plugs were done, was a splice joint, and then they were wrapped together. So, but these are designed for like and when I first started doing a lot of demos for things like scouts and nature groups and things like that, you can't do any like carving or fixing things. You lose everybody like immediately. Like people start going on their phone. Like nobody at that point, nobody cares. You have to like jump to one thing to another. So.
Why do I feel like maybe I should start higher up on this? Can I go down?
Sorry, because you're gonna compress them. Nope, outside.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
And then it goes down, down, down. Very good.
Yeah, let me just make sure I'm not hitting that. I'm knocking everything out.
So that's gonna need one more. Right. Keep it close. Oh, this is so just get a feel for it first. So your handhold is backwards. Still backwards.
I think I did this last time too.
It's all right. That's why we're training. This is training. That's right. Just get a feel for it. Keep your bow tip up. You gotta keep that up. There we go.
I think the thought of keeping it up helps the
Your
arms
string is below
Yep.
your
Yeah.
clamp.
So you have to fix everything. This is why we're training. Because you will run into these problems. You just don't want to run into that problem when so the tribe doesn't die.
I think you can use raw hides, like.
Yeah, everything's like it's the zombie apocalypse. You're being chased by zombies, like all that.
Joe, it's still technically Egyptian drill if you don't have that whole socket system and it was just like one tall spindle.
Well,
Or is it
this
just
is my
that
design.
spindle? What?
This is my design.
Yeah, yeah.
But the traditional Egyptian drills didn't look exactly like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
It's just that.
But could it still be
But
considered?
the variables are the same.
Could it still be considered Egyptian drill if it was just a spindle without the?
No, because what's one of the main differences is the diameter of the spindle itself, because that's what creates the torque. The torque is turning power. The larger spindle creates turning power.
It has to travel greater.
It has to be outside the axis farther.
You don't
Yeah.
have a single piece of wood to do that, though.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can carve it. You don't socket.
Yeah.
If that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
The socket's just 13 so
It's good.
with blocks.
Try
I've
north-south.
actually done that with
Very good.
Yeah.
That's all right.
But I mean, just the more.
What's important is you get a feel for it. Not that you get a call.
Oh, that would be an Egyptian wrap.
I know you want a call. Nicole wants a
Putting in all this
call.
work. I'm not putting in all this work just to friction.
You can do it.
All right, so if you get your form down, a little more pressure and a little more speed.
Can you straighten your elbow out?
More pressure and more speed. But your form still has to be right on the line.
How is my form off?
No, right now it looks good. But you need more pressure and more speed.
The wrap is an adaptation for gripping.
Can you straighten your left arm out a little?
It's like walking and chewing gum at the same time. There's a lot of moving parts at the same time. That's not easy.
Can you? No, that's not a good idea, is it?
That's what crutch drill is for. That's why there's
You have
crutch
good
drill.
form.
So you
You
can
have good
stand
form.
like hard.
I need to breathe. I need to breathe.
So I mean, technically, I could
Because you'll
shorten
find
the
crutch drill is a
spindle.
lot easier to do.
Like,
But
You feel like it's too tall for you?
And you're, but you, then you lose the torque. Right. I mean, there was some torque, there was some.
That looks excellent. Just don't stop.
Excellent.
That looks excellent. Excellent, right?
Yes,
So more pressure.
I can't do
Definitely
more
never,
pressure. I feel like
it's all body weight.
she's not squeaking.
You just have to have the body weight to work it. Work that body weight to this point.
yeah, I
right
mean, I
here.
feel like I have to
The
stand.
body
up.
weight has to be focused, like right there.
I don't think my body was. Sorry. It's like, I feel like the hardest part is the downward pressure.
Yep. But you got it.
That is the challenge of the Egyptian.
But no, what's nice with this too, because times when like I've tried it, it's so tight that even if you go to take a break and you set it down, the whole thing, it's like an exploding.
Oh, the
like,
bojo. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so this is nice because
Yeah, it doesn't like go like 50 feet.
it's like a
I'm not even getting
projectile.
smoked, so forget about it.
That's all right. But your form looked good.
Yes.
It did
Your
Yeah.
form looked good. Because we're training. I don't care about the call. I care about it.
And you weren't squeaking like I was. So you had better.
You
better
guys, yeah, but.
All right, who's up? Yes.
That's all we're doing.
Do you have like setups here and stuff
The point
For
for
what?
sale?
Oh,
Oh,
soon. Not
That's
yet.
hot.
This is,
Do you want to use this one, or do you want to use another one? Or does he?
We'll choose another one. Just to say we're going through.
Alright, yeah.
Yep. We got a
I
Chris in all
probably
the
should have put
sets.
something under it with a lesser chunk of score.
White oak.
That is this one.
Yeah, so I can go. All stone tools have it.
I'm gonna borrow your chair for a minute.
Except for cutting through.
What did you
White oak.
White oak?
White oak, all right. We got
Oh,
some
no.
active studio.
You did good. You did good. I don't know if it would have made a difference, but you didn't straighten out your left arm. And I don't know if that would have made a difference, but I would say try it at lunchtime.
Yeah, I mean, I
You were,
just.
you were
There's like a
bent.
main
Yeah, I just.
freeway on.
I know, it's an unusual posture, but I think it adds more pressure.
And it kind
Not that I was successful, I'm just saying.
No, I know what you mean.
Just to give a slight.
I have a patient that I need to
That's
talk to.
okay.
Yeah.
What was it, 1350?
Yeah, another door. And the plan is to actually cause the whole wall, including this interior, this wall here. There'll be an interior wall inside the doorway. It's just
I mean, I felt like I was putting muscle into it
You
versus
were there for it.
like body weight.
But it's actually
Oh, white oak.
that holds all this big pile of glass outside here.
You know, you're fit, you're spinning and muscular.
Wrap down this way?
I wonder if maybe you could put more of your hip a little bit forward
gonna do this
to get your body weight transferred from here, because women have like.
String on your right.
Here, back there, you know, that's
Spindle
This high.
on your left. And you touch. Touch on the
I'm trying to
outside.
think, what would Julia say?
And wrap down, down, down.
What was that?
Yeah.
I think of Julia all the time. Like, what would they say?
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna do one more time.
You're doing great. You're
So you kind of like hold it up from like around the middle.
So just
you
hold
are
this up.
familiar, let's see. form was great.
So
Look at there.
So you had to tie
So,
I felt like it was
Yeah.
going smoothly, but it was just.
and
It
grab.
might have just been a matter of time, you know, if you just kept it up. Because eventually, all that's gonna matter
And
is.
then push them together.
Oh, it does not matter how long it
The
takes.
roof itself.
And
Tip
then
your chair.
this tip is always slightly up because the coil
Where's the
is up
other
here
matching
and this
one?
coil is down here. So this is always
Have these two.
slightly up and slightly down.
I
That's
passed.
why. Otherwise it will wrap on itself.
I passed this
If
scenario
you
light
do that.
around. Does anyone have it? It says stand on.
And you can see it when it happens.
Right.
Because the way we used to do it with
What's
bow
that?
drill, we didn't care because it was one wrap.
But a lot of it was
But you
Yeah, I know,
have to
but where is it?
care a little bit.
It's next to my notebook.
really big.
Yeah. I think the other one's next to my notebook.
Wrong way.
I advanced a bit.
This way, right?
Oh, I stole this.
You know, so
He's gonna need that.
No.
I mean, I understand that. I just. I have some time to think. It's
Acquired
okay.
it. She appropriated
and
it.
now I can harvest one sapling.
I'm gonna do probably about 5 like that.
About 5 yeah. And then it's going to go.
I'm sure this again.
Twist it.
Is that technique? Did you stone it and just
Mostly, well, it's mostly technique. A little bit of filmmaking as well. But
All right, so start over. Because we're training.
At these stone points that I have here, I haven't used anything.
So take your time. We're in no rush.
I better sit in the chair.
I gotta be super.
Oh, okay.
Always start
Yeah,
from
it
the
might be more comfortable to sit in the chair.
Yeah.
when you're training, just start from the beginning. Just do it all over. Yup, grab the strings with this finger.
Saw blades and a hand.
And you're gonna go down,
And those are just small pieces.
down,
Two somewhere.
about. Because you'll run out of strings.
Great job. And it's gonna be like one piece of.
And then it's gonna go this
One
way.
little one of these saws would be like, I could get 100 saplings before I even show them.
So one more, and then it's gonna go this way. Good, good, doing good. Okay. Take your time. We're training.
Left foot up.
I like that concept of training.
This is a.
I
All
really-
my background is dojo. Like this is.
I appreciate that, yeah.
We.
Handhold.
Down here.
I mean, you go to a martial arts class. It's like
This is after harvesting.
no one is expecting you to have mastered anything by the end of the
This one chipped over
Right.
here.
2 hours or whatever it is, right? You can't.
I put my thumb here and my forefinger.
It's years and years and years. And we're just like trying
I think.
one new method. So like you can't have any weird pressure like that.
I'll do like a shelf.
Should we move this foot a little bit closer?
I think
Yeah, you
have
lost
to
your
turn a
wrap.
little
So
bit
just do it again.
lower.
Stop what you're doing. Just start over from the beginning. It's fine. Yep. You're gonna grab with your good, and you're gonna go down. Yep. Good. Excellent. Take your time.
Nice, Timmy.
And then it's gonna go this. Oh, sorry. That's okay. No problem. We're gonna go this way. This way. A lot of times people rap and they forget the orientation of which way it goes. It's all right.
They'd be like, oh,
You just have to do it a dozen times and then you get it down. We don't expect anybody to do everything right the first time. We don't do that.
That looks better.
That looks
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yup.
That
Just
looks
feel the flow. Don't try to get a cold. Don't try to get a cold. I want you to just flow. Pretend that bowing is your only purpose. I want you to pretend that bowing is your only purpose. Not to get a cold. Just your form. That's all we care about.
I think maybe start a little bit slower and get the feel of it.
So if your spindle starts to angle, the string will ride up, it will ride down, it will ride up. But if you keep it straight, the coil will
Yes,
stay in the middle of
exactly
the
right.
spindle.
Yes.
Because it's following the angle of the spindle, you will notice.
So it's not.
See how it sits in the middle now?
Yeah.
Because the spindle is straight.
So it's not whether the bow's going up or down, it's more the.
Just keep the tips right where they're at, a little high, a little low. Because the coil comes off the top, the coil comes off the bottom.
Keep going, Timmy.
Smell it.
Yeah.
It's fine. You're doing good.
Just keep breathing
Yeah, you're getting some smoke.
and keep going.
Yep.
Keep breathing and keep going. Very good. That was good.
You were almost
Good,
there.
good.
Really, you were almost there.
If you want to keep going, go. You're good.
I'll pass off some.
Okay, sure. That's all good. It's all good.
I'm sorry.
That was good.
Yeah.
That was good.
You can look this stuff back.
All right.
Oh, you Tara.
I'm just gonna put my stuff back here.
Was that everybody?
No, but she said.
Oh, okay.
I got one more.
What's your note, Nicole?
Thanks.
That's white oak.
I'm gonna go in the
Is
back.
that what that was?
That was white oak.
That good teaching when it's.
Oh yeah. So you don't worry about it. Just throw everything in the bag.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. As long as everything's in the bag, it's fine. Just you can throw it by the door over there. It's fine.
Are we gonna come back to Canary Wood or no?
If you want, you could try with crutch drill
I'm gonna try. I'll try it with the
because
crutch.
everyone has to do crutch drill.
I'll do
in
that with the
afternoon.
crutch drill, but I want to try something with the lower Jenga score to see if I can get it. Yeah.
What did you get?
Black walnut.
Oh, nice.
Excellent choice. That is 10-10.
That smells great.
This is the canary?
Black walnut, I think.
The what?
Black walnut.
Oh, this is
Nice
black.
job.
I'm sorry, what's your name again?
Tara.
Tara, that's right.
Black
T-A-R-A?
walnut crust.
Yes.
Some medicine for parasites.
Again, I wouldn't remember my own daughter's name unless I was
Black walnut husk.
Yeah. You tincture it. Parasite purge.
I'm terrible.
I got like you, Beth. I started getting excited.
It's all right.
You lose focus.
Yeah. I'll pass that
That's
out.
it. Black walnut.
You haven't done the bow drill either, right?
No, yeah, I
That
haven't
was the
done.
first time ever.
I've never done any like primitive like fire starting really.
Wow.
That's amazing.
On white oak, no less.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, your
I've
first.
always used lighters and matches and.
This, he basically did the green oak thing all the walls there. This is black walnut.
Oh, that's what she had.
Yeah.
Oh, she.
Hey Joe. This Joe. What is the SX to FX?
Oh, structure and function.
Okay. We'll know the function, the structure of the bottom.
I'm gonna explain all this
Okay.
after lunch.
All right.
That's fine. As you know, we gotta just get everybody
Yeah.
through the
Yeah,
first
yeah.
round, right? So it's things make sense after people have done it. Very nice. We're good.
Yep.
Okay. So Tara's doing black walnut, approximately 1010 Jonka. Take your time getting your stability, your feel.
No, that's. No, okay, that's a good point. Yeah, that's
Maybe if the
Looks
back
good.
knee went
Go
back
more
a little
end to
further-
end on the bow.
If the
Use the
back
whole
knee went
string.
back a little further,
Yeah.
you might be able to lean a little better.
See, most of them understand.
So using your whole string is rotations. So if you only use a little bit of string, you'll turn it 2 or 3 times.
Like if you were to.
But if you use the whole string, you could turn it 4 times, maybe 5 times all the way around, and then go back again. So the shorter the rotations, the less friction you're gonna make. How do you feel? How do you feel?
Okay.
Like square.
If you feel okay, more pressure and a little more speed. Go end to end on the bow. Yeah, that's it. Breathe, keep going. Breathe, keep going. So squeaking means more, not enough pressure. Start figuring out how your body weight
Yeah, I'm not
is
pressing.
going to rest on. How you could rest your body weight on top of that thing. Start figuring that out.
Because I feel like the more body weight I put on, the less stable my, like,
Exactly.
right?
That's exactly the challenge.
I'm like struggling with.
That is
maybe
exactly the challenge.
turning in more.
But you don't understand it until you try it. This is why the training is important. You don't get it. You could explain it till you're blue in the face, but until you do it, you don't know. Look at her go.
Look at that.
There is smoke. There's smoke. Now, if you can figure out how to get your body weight on top of it as best you can, you just keep doing what you're doing. I mean, there's dust in there, so. Looking good, looking good. Keep breathing, keep going.
It's gotta be close. Come on. Higher.
So Egyptian Jill really teaches you to tighten up your form when it comes to body weight. This is the training exercise.
Up in the front, up in the front. Go up. It's like giving birth, that's a lot of work.
It's hard to keep breathing deep sometimes when there's so much smoke in your face.
I'm really impressed. I'm impressed. This is awesome. And I don't impress easily.
There's no chance I'm there yet.
I know. I just have to figure it. If you're good.
That's it.
A for effort, yes. That was awesome. That was great.
That's the longest one
That was really good.
It's really good.
I'm gonna say it was just the pressure issue. That was the only thing there. Everything else was
so
great.
right now. Holy
That was great.
So, but then how do we do, like, because I feel like it's like,
Think about this, right?
right?
How hard is it to stay like this for
Yes.
versus this? I can just rest here like this with a straight arm. I can rest here
Right.
for probably, I don't know how long, but
It's figuring
as soon
out
as
how
you
to
bend
do it
your arm.
like that. That's the trick.
And that's like the more I press, the less stable it becomes. And like so many times when I've tried, it's like I always cut myself because I'm always like losing it, and it's.
Yeah.
So that's a body mechanics thing I have to figure out. But
You don't know until you try. You have to try it and then know.
First time I noticed, because I was at this angle,
right.
like you stood on it here and then your arm, so that the spindle was like this. Whereas if
It was off at first, right? It was a little
yeah,
angled up.
if it's closer to your toe, then it's more straight up and down. Just the way you were leaning.
Tell me again.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how much or if it matters, but like you were way back here.
Okay.
So then this was like this. Whereas if this is here, then it's more straight up and down. And then you might be able to get more pressure because it's not like that. I don't know.
Definitely.
I just saw it because I was sitting at this angle.
But I saw it stop squeaking. I mean, I heard it stop squeaking when you like really like went in, like you were almost protecting it almost.
Okay.
When you assume that almost protective posture, that's when you got the pressure to make it stop squeaking.
Okay. Thank you.
It's 12 already. It's 12
training.
o'clock already.
Yeah.
Yes, I know. So, all right. So here, the way that I kind of just talk about the drills, hand drill, mouth drill, bow drill, pump drill, toggle drill, these main 5, right? These kind of go up in ease of use. So the hardest one to do is hand drill because you are the machine, basically. And there's just 2 pieces. So what we say is less devices, less pieces, more effort. But the more devices you have, the more pieces you have, the less effort you need. Now, the only reason why this is hard is because the wood is hard. But if I put bow drill wood inserts in there, everyone would have had a fire. If we had regular bow drill wood, everyone would have lit a coal. Everybody here, right? So, but what you're doing is, I'm letting you know now that it's possible to get coals with woods that are outside the range of bow drill woods. So when we get back from lunch, we're gonna start on crutch drill. And so you're gonna get experience with the crutch drill, feeling it, getting to know the difference between that and the Egyptian drill. And you also get a feel also for why you would wanna teach that to children. Because, if you have one tool in the toolbox and all you know is bow drill, when you go to teach children, because this is what I do, and I don't know what you guys do eventually later, but like when you go to teach children, you don't teach them the one tool in the toolbox. When you're a teacher, the student is the curriculum, right? So when it comes to children, you have to change the curriculum. You can't teach them calculus till they've done addition and subtraction. So you would start them with toggle drill, then work them back to pump drill, and then back to a crutch drill, and then Egyptian drill. And then maybe down to bow drill when they got all that down. So they would be working their way up this way. And then you would want them to do mouth drill and then a hand drill. Eventually, lastly.
So now
So less devices, more effort. Less devices, more effort, until it's more effort, less devices.
So my question is, then what cultures use toggle drill?
The northern tribes, the Inuit tribes,
In the what called?
Okay. So yeah,
like
'cause I guess-
Eskimo tribes.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
no, I get that. Okay, so because I guess my question is yeah, you just made it sound like we should start with toggle drill for the kids, but then is it more
Culture and where it came from doesn't matter.
Okay.
You have to, like, history doesn't matter. This is about lighting a fire for your tribe, no matter what, in a primitive way. So, all this primitive? I'm starting you off with devices that are like near perfect. And I call this the Obsidian standard. The Obsidian standard, for those who have heard it already, I know, I'm sorry. But like, when you're learning stone tools, you want to learn on Obsidian. You want to know, you want to understand, because Obsidian is like perfect material. So you want to understand how perfect material is going to break when you hit it, when you flake it, right? You have to know in your mind, with experience, what perfect materials are. Then you work with lesser materials, because now you know what it is you're trying to accomplish. So it's much harder for people to learn with lesser materials and then try to know. You're not going to know where your actual goal is because you've never experienced what it's like to work with near perfect materials and sets. So you have to start there, which is why I call this the lost childhood. Because when you were a child, you would have grown up with the sets that were in the tribe. Like your parents would have had a fire set. Like your friends' parents would have had a fire set. Your uncle and your aunt would have had a fire set. And you would have just seen them your entire childhood and maybe practiced with them, right? And then when you get older, you know already, just through, by having been around that, what it is you're trying to accomplish when you go to make one. But if you don't know what that is to begin with, like where are you going? You have no idea where you're driving around without Google Maps. Like you have no idea. You have to have the map, the app inserted already before you know where you're going. Does that make sense? Okay. So we have to start at this level. And then when you go out into the, whatever, I'm going to practice with a stone knife. I'm going to grab a branch and make my own base and spindle. Now you know in your head what it's supposed to look like, how it's supposed to feel. And when it doesn't feel like that, this is why. So, any questions? I think we're ready for lunch, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
So, everybody know where we're going? Anybody not know where we're going? I should have said. Everybody not? Okay. So we're just going to meet there. It's all separate check. So if it's between 3,000 and 5,000, you're going to want to do towel drill. If it's between 2,000 and 3,000, you're going to want to either do a very large pump drill or a crutch drill. So if it's between 1,000 to 2,000, you're going to want to do an Egyptian drill. But the thing is that hollow drill you would be able to do with any wood all the way down the scale, right? And then from pump drill and crutch drill, which is like, what'd I say, 2,000 to 3,000? You would be able to start from there and then do all the woods down the scale. And then Egyptian drill, you would be from like 1,000 to 2,000, and then you could do all the woods all the way down the scale. So it works like that. But going above that number, you have to go up a technique. You have to go up a method, if that makes sense.
And these are mostly just kind of general numbers, because last
yes,
month
it's always
we had
more or less
thousands and things.
It's always greater than or less than.
Right.
So always, because it's never the exact number, but it gives you a rough idea where to begin, if you properly identify the wood that is, right? So I'm going to demo crutch drill for us, and then Alex is going to be up, and we'll just go pretty much in the order we went in last time. So I'm going to start with Iroko. Iroko is from tropical Africa, and it has a jonka hardness of 1,260-ish. So
1,260.
1,260-ish. These are both, well, this was used.
It says the Jonko hardiness is 1,260. Common use is veneer, flooring, furniture, cabinetry, boat building, and other small specialty wood items.
Yep. He has a lot of nice information in there.
Given the high price of genuine teak, Iroko could fairly be considered a low-cost alternative.
But you're not going to find it at Home Depot. You have to go to an exotic lumber yard. So again,
Just take a picture of the cover.
the technique is touch, grab. It's made to come on and off of it, so it's fine. And we go down, 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 down. Down. That's 5, right? 5-ish. We're only doing 5 because it's 5 reps. Like, that's it. That's all I do. If it was 4, it would be 4. If it's 6, it's 6.
And this is tighter, yeah? I mean, like the
Oh, so it's tighter because this is a larger diameter than that.
okay.
If you can see, it's just slightly larger. So I think this is 1 3/8, if I'm not mistaken. And I think this is 1.5 inch in diameter across. So since the diameter is larger, that gives us more torque, more turning power.
What was the diameter again? Sorry,
I think this is 1.5. I think that's 1 3/8. So
Is the bit still the 3/4 that you?
everything's C 3/4. When it comes to drills, there's no reason to go beyond 3/4 of an inch in diameter. If you go larger than 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you're just making more work for yourself. Because that's more surface area. And if you have more surface area, that requires more pressure. Because one variable affects another variable. So if you have to use more pressure, that's more energy and probably more time and blah, and more and more and more. So I find that 3/4 of an inch in diameter for drills is like a sweet spot. It's like the golden mean. So this is a crutch brace, and how this works is my style of form is that the crutch is right in front of my armpit. It's right in front of it, and I can see it. It's right there. The trick is getting the feel for making sure that this is flat, that this doesn't roll. Can't let this roll. And it has to be square. This has to be 90 degrees, this has to be 90 degrees. And after a while, you have to not think about this. It's like your handhold. It's like you can't think about it. You can't think about holding this. It just has to like sit there. Okay, so I'm going to get my feel, right? You see how this can be more stable for a child? Mm-hmm. Right? Because they're not dealing with a whole bunch of joints down here that move around. Where like this is connected to our body right here. So there's no wobbling, right? This is stable. So if I'm stable here and this is stable, then I have to think less about this. So this is good for children. I would never start off a child with a bow drill or Egyptian drill now. I would start them off, if I wanted them to do a bowing thing, I would start them off with a crutch drill. That was a lot of smoke, right?
Do you find the harder woods, you get more smoke to get a coal? Like the
Well, you
harder
need a lot of pressure. So that may also be a chemical thing as to why it's very smoky. But I'm gonna do a new one. It seems this is used up. It's weird. It's got an odd shape to it.
Yeah. Not like fish lips or something.
You want me to put it in front of the camera?
You can, or, yeah.
Yeah, let me just know. I'm just, can you see that there? Okay.
It feels like it's gonna start slipping.
And it smells great.
It won't go.
And that's just clothesline cord.
I really love cotton clothesline. So I don't like the, what do you call those colored poly?
Synthetic plastic.
Paracord?
The paracords? I don't like paracords at all.
Yeah, very slow.
I mean, they're all pretty and all. They're colorful and they're very, but like plain, large cotton clothesline, it's definitely the way to go. For me.
And it doesn't, because like with a paracord, it like degloves or something, like where the.
Yeah, it comes apart. When
But
it comes
this
apart,
one doesn't do
it
that?
comes apart.
But this stays
It
more.
frays, right?
Okay,
It starts
but-
fraying, and then I'm like, I'll replace it now
Right.
before it snaps in the middle of a demo or something like that. And then you have to change everything, and then you've lost everybody. So I have to mate this one together, right? This is a brand new, because I started in an old one. Let's see what happens.
You might need more fairy dust.
So that one's very scattered. So what happened? What these mean? as someone once said.
Like, the
What do you mean?
The Jonka scale isn't necessarily, like, the zebra wood is higher on the Jonka scale, correct?
In theory.
In theory, right? So it's like, what's the variable that comes into play there? You know?
That's
Because
what we're training.
If the zebra wood can be done with the...
If we're doing all exactly the same thing,
Yeah,
then the variable is the material.
yeah.
So what are the problems with the materials?
Is it Tara?
Yeah.
Tara was mentioning the acrid smell. Would it be chemical, like some
Could be
other-
chemical.
Possibly.
Like it was really biting, like that. The
I mean, that
piece.
sucker was smoking.
But
Yeah.
even without the smoke,
Right.
like when I smelled the
bit.
spindle, it was like, and it wasn't smoking. So I don't know.
So is there a resin in it?
Notice there's not even a lot of dust.
Oh yeah, there's not a lot of that.
Well, I just,
There isn't even a lot there.
Yeah,
There's
no,
like
I
a
know.
little bit after all that cranking.
And all that
And
smoke.
all that
It's a
smoke.
lot of
Did
smoke.
did it vaporize as smoke and then it turns to ash before it can...
do you want me to go get my other tinder out of the
I
car?
don't, that's not, the point is not the cold. The point is like, what is happening here?
Well, let's look at these 22 variables.
That's
well,
Number 5. It's number 5.
it's the skills. Yeah. You're just not that good at crutch drill.
Maybe 7.
Chemical,
What do you do?
moisture.
Does this wood have a
Report?
resin in it that would prevent it from really gripping?
So in case nobody knows, my favorite wood is bamboo, which is not a wood. It's a grass. Very good. Get extra points.
You pass and you get to come back next time.
What about density? Oh no, density.
Yes.
Well, density is different than Jonka hardness, though.
It's not on there.
Yo,
I'm sorry.
density would be different than Jonka hardness.
Density. Well, we're talking about density and hardness.
Oh,
Let
that's
me-
When you
basically
have a number.
that's basically the same.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
density.
Yeah.
Where's the,
So
That
purple
is
heart.
interesting.
where's the board again?
It's here somewhere.
Get that
25,
thing can cause
20.
allergic reactions due to its scent.
Oh.
It says there's no odor.
Yeah, but this we found allergies and
So
toxicity.
now we're
we
over
found interesting.
2,000.
Yeah, but I think that was for zebra wood.
Let's go.
I thought we were using Iroko.
Yeah.
I did a rope,
Yeah.
but we're moving on because we're going to run out of time and we're going to run out of materials,
Yeah, I think.
or we're not going to run out. Of
Yeah, that was.
We're not
I
going to
think
run out.
she's right.
We're probably,
Yeah,
we're
that-
probably just
that-
going to finish on time and everything. So.
Oh, okay.
Are we passing this?
Sure. Why not?
The zebra one needs to come with an allergy note.
Thank you.
Oh, that is it.
Is that the black? Is that black one? We don't know. Oh wow. Super. That's cool.
Is everybody good? Anybody need anything?
What's this wood here?
E-pay.
That's super cool.
E-pay is amazing.
Do you put anything like Vaseline or anything on the...
On the top,
Yeah.
soap, ivory.
Oh.
But just very, very little bit. So you don't want that dripping down your notch because
Today's sponsor is. So, I would never have sponsors like that.
That's 5 reps, okay?
some people also tell you to take the grease from behind your ear and inside of your nose or something like that.
You know what? I perceive a possible problem here that I hope to solve immediately before I start.
You don't set yourself on fire.
Suddenly the spindle's right next to my head. I don't want to get it wrapped up. As soon as I went like this, oh, that's right.
So Alex is actually doing a wood that is not from this box. When I'm demonstrating crutch drills between 2,000 and 3,000. So, or can be done between 2,000 and 3,000, because we're doing 1,000 to 2,000 today. And so Purple Heart is about 2,500. Much different, right? Go.
You got it. You got it. I think I saw it. Well, it like almost fell in the wood chips there.
It's on. So when I used to travel, because I'm done traveling now, when I would demo crutch drill, I would bring Purple Heart, because it demonstrates between 2,000 and 3,000. And then everyone would do Purple Heart to show that it can be done.
There it is.
Nice. Purple Heart coal. Because it's got glow, right? It's glow. So, Joe is next, right?
Yes. Right, 138 for Alex.
Choose whatever spindle you like.
Getting set up there before I started too, it definitely felt like there was a moment going backwards and forwards, setting it up underneath my armpit, where suddenly it was like, oh yeah,
That's the spot.
it just sets. You know, a bit too far forward, it's kind of a bit wobbly, testing my weight on it, you know, just leaning. You find that sweet spot.
Find your groove. You gotta find your groove.
Taking that time beforehand was really helpful. Just to experiment a little bit.
So what are we working with, Joe?
Oh, sugar maple.
Oh,
Hard rock
very
sugar
nice.
maple. Looks like 1450.
Hard maple. I get it right.
That'll be
14.
18.
The camera's running, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I'm ADD and I don't, I never think of everything until it's too late.
The ninja name Joe, is that for
Joe,
Ninja.
oh, it's the ninja names. So I have a nickname for every single one of these methods, and it's a ninja weapon.
Yeah.
So a hand drill is a yadi. A yadi's a spear. And a mouth drill is Mitsubishi, which means eye blinder. Because when you're doing mouth drill, you're right here, and the smoke is going like right in your eyes, and you can't move. So I call it eye blinder. So bow drill bow drill is hanbo, which means half bow, half a staff.
3-footer, yeah.
A jo is a 5-foot staff, which is usually used in Aikido. So this is a jo. And hobble drill. Is it crutch drill? No, yeah. So Egyptian drill is a jo. Crutch drill is a bow, B-O, a 6-foot bow. Hobble drill is a nyoibo. Nyoibo is a log. That used to be a log. Used to be a weapon. Yeah. So a fire saw is a shinobito sword.
Yeah.
And fire thong is a kusari fundo, which is a chain weapon. And fire plow is a tanto. And gaucho drill is a nagamaki. Nagamaki is like a large halberd
You have it,
sword.
right on the tip.
Whoa.
I was watching that, you had it.
Yeah.
Still got it.
You do have
So
it.
those are all my
You might still have
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Put that in there and
Yeah.
blow on it.
Yeah, that's great.
Tap that baby right in there.
Give it a little bit of oxygen.
Because I
Just
saw a
little bit.
coal like roll down.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Give it a little bit of air.
If you want to go again, that's
Yeah, I did because
I
of
think
my
it's probably out now.
I wouldn't deny you my string
No, but it was definitely there.
It was there.
because we're trading.
What drill is Hanbo, you said? Hanbo?
Which one?
Bojo? Hanbo?
Bojo is hanbo.
Yeah, okay. It's the half staff.
Half, yes. My daughter texted.
Is it better to keep the coils all together or spread them out? For this method.
Well, in this case, the rope is going to be under more tension as they get further apart.
So better
Right,
to
so-
keep them together?
Well, you can, in the case of like, for instance, natural cordage, it stretches quite significantly compared to this, so you have to play the tension a lot more. Whereas this, you kind of just set it and go. So you might say that it's not necessarily about which way is better, but about at what point does the tension properly grip. And then, you might loosen it up by getting it closer together or tighten it up by spreading it apart.
That's too much.
So the ideal is not necessarily one place, but on the rope structure, but on the tension itself. Also, if you're natural cordage, you don't want it to rub against itself, so it tear itself apart really, really quickly. So you would want a little bit of a spread between them, but not necessarily too much.
And do you want the bow straight on this method or up and down?
No, same. Slightly up, slightly down.
Okay.
That looks a little loose.
Yeah, it was a little loose towards the end for me as well. Actually, I forgot to
That's
mention.
probably why it slipped out.
And you probably put another.
We'll just put another knot in the end.
Oh,
See, this bow was designed where you just take the string on and off, and you could fix it rapidly.
Oh.
Like when you have the bow with like the hole and you gotta do
Yeah.
Yeah.
like just that takes so much time. It looks nice and all that stuff, but you need practicality.
just one night.
It needs to come up. Yep. Usually that fixes the problem like right off the bat.
Very nice.
best part of training is you encounter a problem, fix it, and then make it work. Encounter a problem, fix it. Oh, look at that. It sounds nice.
Yeah.
Sounds that sound. Hear this. There's a sound difference.
You already have smoke, Joe. Right there.
Sounds nice.
That's a nice smell.
It's a little crumbly.
Harder woods have larger
Wow,
particles
look at those
in the
particles.
coal. That makes it very difficult for coals to ignite. Very difficult. So you just have to keep going.
Yeah.
If you're up for going.
All right.
Just go longer.
One more time. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe back off on pressure just a little bit.
Okay.
And just go for speed.
Chips. Yeah, because you're really blowing chips out of that.
So with the harder wood, you can't rely upon how much smoke you're seeing. Not really.
Smoke is one factor,
Okay.
but not the factor.
Okay.
So one of the things that I find to appreciate getting a coal to ignite is particle size. It's basically if you were to shrink yourself down to microscopic size and you could see the particles of coal dust in front of you, it would be like looking at a pile of logs. And how do you ignite a pile of logs? You don't. You have to start from kindling, like from a tinder bundle to kindling to, wrist-sized wood. You have to work your way up. So this is the problem with wood this dense. It doesn't come off as fine-grained particles. It comes off in these either big chunks or it comes off in like these large black needles. And that is a problem because because they're so large, they don't touch each other. There's space between these particles. So with dust, everything is together. Everything is right up against one another, right? But when you have large particles, there's too much space. And then the one particle that is ignited will not ignite the particle next to it because it's too far apart, because it's so large. If you were able to see that on that level. So it's not just color either. Like I think a good part of it is size.
It surprises me that the harder woods kind of like splinter out like that. Like my intuitive thought would be that it would be like this very gradual, like chipping away versus, I mean, that's a lot.
I know. Get a good look at the coal if you can.
Yeah.
Like get in there and have a really good look at it. Because they don't look like Bodril wood coals. The softer wood coals are much different texture and size.
Like completely different.
Look at the size of those chunks.
It's like a bunch of little splinters.
And then you have to physically push the particles together because there's space between the particles.
Oh.
And if you don't do that, they won't touch each other and they won't ignite. It'll just go out, even if you had something in there. So there's logs on this fire, but if I separated the logs and they're not touching one another, they're going to go out. So you have to put them together for them to ignite as a fire. Now you have to see that on that level. That is the problem with these woods. Nice. Very nice job. 150.
Oh, yeah.
1350.
Can you
Joe
guys see
H
that?
did hard maple.
Do I have it in there?
1,450. See?
Yeah.
Wow. Very nice.
Can I see that?
Oh, yeah.
Fantastic.
Did you do the same pressure throughout, or did you increase
Well,
towards the end?
did I Same pressure throughout, pretty much. I just slowly got faster and faster.
Because there's definitely some different size. Like
What else want to see? Did everybody see?
You did, oh, you didn't see it? Sorry.
I mean, I did, but
You can see some.
Like this is your opportunity to experience something that you wouldn't just kind of experience anywhere else.
Splinters almost.
Like look at it,
But you
see what it
the
does.
space in between it. It's not powder. It's like little wood chips.
I'm gonna try and pass it to Timmy, because he didn't see it.
Now, if you've never seen Bojo dust before, it's hard to compare the two because you don't know what you're referencing. So. Very nice. Thank you. And who's up next? You are. So if you guys want to tell your feelings of the difference between an Egyptian drill and a crutch drill.
Yeah, I mean, it mechanically is, you can feel this vast amount of pressure and a huge ease comparatively. Like it's just easy to lay on the thing. There's almost no effort in the pressure part. You're literally just, it's more like balancing. You're trying to figure out how to balance. You know, just, yeah, way easier. And I mean, it feels like you're up a bit taller as well. So the bow arm is a bit straighter.
What is this?
Which felt also easier.
African paddock.
And when you found that balance point, was it pretty obvious?
Yeah.
Like you just really.
In.
Okay.
Yeah. And for me, it was.
What's the junk on there?
1960.
Is that all?
You know, I kind of played around with my grip as well, and I felt this was a bit awkward. This felt really solid.
I wonder too.
I had the
Just
same
like this.
Right.
experience.
Instead of this. I don't feel it. It's just wow. Yeah.
And Joe, what about you?
Yeah, it's the same thing. I felt more bright, like you can breathe better, and your bow arm seems little. So that was good.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a little tricky balancing the thing.
You don't have to take their word for it, because you're gonna try it next. You have to experience the difference. It's not, you can't just talk about it, you have to try.
And knowing's in the doing.
There's a similar feeling for me between the whole range of pressures in woods. When you're in the right range, the feeling of the grinding of the friction is very similar. If that makes sense. Like the feeling of a light amount of pressure on a good bow drill wood versus a heavy pressure on this when you get it right is very similar. It's sort of this sliding grinding, and when you overpressure it, you know, or underpressure it, it's distinctly not that. It's something else. So you kind of have this similar target to aim at between techniques, just based on the feeling.
Should be about 5.
Okay, another allergy toxicity report. Reported as a sensitizer, can cause eye, skin, and respiratory irritation.
No to cause death.
Mouth drill. Let's do it.
Everybody signed a waiver, right?
Please do now.
Common uses: veneer, flooring, turned objects, musical instruments, furniture, tool handles, and other small specialty wood objects.
And that's just beautiful.
It is.
It is also called vermilion.
What was that?
But then
It's just upside down.
I wonder what the tree itself looks like.
It's saying most pieces tend to start reddish orange when freshly cut, darkening substantially over time to reddish brown.
So it doesn't come out.
Rot resistance is durable to very durable. Generally easy to work through.
Like this, right?
Widely imported as
Grab it.
lumber in a variety of
With
sizes.
your fingers like this. No, up top here.
Up top. Like that.
It's all good.
This one is
Same
said to
thing.
have a pleasing scent.
And just grab.
Okay.
Down. That's 4. And 5. Take your time. That's good. Now just find your flow. Don't think about a hole. Think about your flow. Think about how it works. Think about finding your groove. Looking good.
Yeah, and you
Smell
might,
something.
Burnt popcorn.
It's just making like red dust.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you got your groove, go faster. More speed, more rotations. That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Go, go, go. Are you good?
Just got it.
Okay. Or you can pick it up. Wow. Careful.
Taste that smoke.
Now this coal has different characteristics, so you should look at this coal because it's a different
ooh, it smells
material.
like, almost like coffee.
So you should
I
pass
got
that
it with
around.
ya.
I don't know why, I just felt like, just reminded me of coffee for some reason.
The particles are different, right?
Yeah.
Particles are different. Blow on it a little bit.
Don't be afraid
Keep
to
it alive. Keep it
159.
alive.
You can knock the.
Yeah, you gotta blow, yeah, you gotta blow on
You
it.
kind of
Keep
poke
it.
the coal together.
Kind of popcorn.
Get right in your face.
John's first African dog. Very nice. That's 1358. 1358, John did African Padog. 1960.
Looks like you can make pigment out of that or something.
Yeah.
A lot of woodworkers like that because it really contrasts with other kinds of wood when you cut them together.
And it's,
Oh, yeah.
I feel like it's kind of going out. Can you see that in the camera there?
Yes. Yep, got it.
I wish it was brighter in here because the lighting in here is dark.
Yeah. Before you.
Did you see it, Joe?
Thanks, John.
Some chunks at some point.
Yep, it's still there.
Nice mix.
That was a good size one too. That was big. Different woods, different personalities, different characteristics. So we keep everything is exactly the same, except the material and your technique. Those are the only real variables here, right? So who's up next?
Yeah.
What order were we in?
I didn't know what order we were. Okay.
Okay.
Not paying attention.
Susan's up.
Let me use because I think I was up after.
What is she gonna? What is she gonna pick?
We giving me these ones too?
I'm just keeping them from getting mixed in. Again.
I'm gonna try black cherry. 'Cause that's
Very nice choice. Very nice.
Oh, it's only a puny 950.
Don't let that fool you.
What matters today is your experience with a material you've never worked with before, with a technique you've never done before.
I was thinking.
That's what we're
you know,
doing today.
I'm from here and this is from here and
It is for me, yeah, that's right.
I should know how to use the woods around here.
So while Susan is getting that together, John, I'm gonna have you right there.
Oh, no.
So, what is the difference between dojo training and going to school? The difference is with dojo training, competence gives you comprehension. Experiencing something gets you to understand it. In school, it's reverse. In school, they throw a whole bunch of information at you, right? They're trying to get you to comprehend something without experience. But in a dojo setting, it's backwards. So you do it, and then you understand it, because you just did it. That is the difference between dojo training and going to school. So.
I had a teacher say something once, like describe the color red, if you've never seen red.
If you've never seen red, how
How
do
do
you?
you even say what that is?
Take your time. Actually, want to throw some dust in there?
Yes, please.
Take your time.
Where's the handle? Oh, no, it's the bar, right?
That's right.
I'm being silly. All right,
Did you have
That's all right.
I'm gonna go like here.
We're learning as we go.
And I would suspect this is, the whole thing can be built to your frame, you know?
Yes.
Tall
I was
person
wondering,
versus a
yeah.
short
Why-
person.
Do you know why I make the brace and the spindle 24 inches?
It's your armpit height when you stand like that.
Because that's what fits in that box.
I was gonna say like a 4x8
Oh.
sheet of plywood, it's like half of it. or
That box is 29 inches.
Okay.
And it has to be able to fit my 24-inch piece. But when I first started learning crutch drill from Tom Brown, back in 1989, 1988, I forget what year it was. He first taught us crutch drill. It was a standing crutch drill. So I choose right now the kneeling size for the crutch drill because it's for both children and adults. Children and adults can get themselves stable and they can start off doing this. And the standing ones are harder to transport because they're obviously longer and they're bigger. So, but the only trick is how you measure the size of the spindle is that you have to be able to be on top of it. So it can't be, if you're here,
You're a little bit lopsided, I think so.
it can't be up here. You have to get your body weight on it. So it has to be the size where you can lean on it.
I can't hear you what you're saying. I can hear you talking, but I can't hear what you're saying.
Okay, you corrected it. You're good.
It's walking and chewing gum at the same, for the first time ever, right? So it's a little hard. So you have to get a feel for not letting this roll. You have to feel that it is flat, so it doesn't roll on you.
It's also not, it's pretty deep too.
It's deep on purpose, because if it was shallow, it'd pop right out. So, but still, you want to get it, eventually you don't want to think about this anymore. Like, once you lock in, you don't think about it.
That's
Looking good. You look good. Can you keep going? It's smoking. Going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going, keep going. Keep breathing. Breathe, breathe, keep going. Breathe, keep going.
Out of breath.
They got that smoke.
I think you almost had it. Almost. Oh, that's all right. It's okay. It's all right. This is why we're training. That's a good poll right there.
Yeah.
That's good.
Try again.
Yep. Now, mind you, Susan spent the lunch hour practicing Egyptian drill by herself here in the living room. So we got to give her credit for expending all her energy practicing before we got back, right? So to be fair.
It's the breathing. It's just the breathing, you know?
Yeah, see?
The trick is really to find your way to relax into doing it. So just find a relaxed spot and just stay there and just keep going. That's it. Back off on pressure and just go for a little speed there. Just speed, make it smoke. Let's see that smoke. A little bit more pressure than that, though.
I gotta stop. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Stop.
That was good. That was excellent. Very good.
It's still smoking.
I think it is.
That's what I got at lunchtime, was a lot of smoke. But not squeaking anymore.
So everybody have a look at the dust and its particle size and its color comparatively. That was great, Susan.
Thanks. More practice.
You know what I look for when people are practicing? How long they just keep going. Even if you don't get a cold, I don't care. What matters is that like you keep your form and you just keep going, even if you don't get it. Like that's really one of the tricks to like finally getting a success, is you're not giving up until your energy runs out. That's really the trick. So.
Really hot, like the back of it.
Do you drill a hole inside each one of these? Like
Every one of those, yeah.
Yeah. That's to give the coal more room to grow.
You want the friction, the short version is you want the friction on the outside of the ring. And you don't want the center getting in your way. That's the short version of that.
Okay.
Fibers.
Because I noticed no matter what set I looked at, it was all that set.
Who's up next? Next victim.
Give it a bread. See what I got.
Was this canary wood, was that?
Oh, no, that was not,
That's
I mean,
that was not what I was using.
I think
it was already done, right? But
that's.
I think you're the one that suggested I use that.
you want to try? You could try it for the Crutch drill.
I tried it for the Egyptian drill.
So the black cherry, although it's 950 on the Janka hardness,
Ilianthus.
I've got.
Atlantis.
I've had a fair bit of experience with it with a kit that he gave me for an Egyptian drill. It's way harder to get that to get a coal
what is it?
than it is for things like the hard maple.
1420?
1450. That is a very particularly difficult, just because of the rating is saying that's not lower hardness.
Oh,
it's actually harder to get that
Because
to
it's
work.
here, you know, and
Yeah.
it's like one of the woods that's right here, so thanks.
Yeah, it's not an easy one.
So Kevin is doing Atlantis. Atlantis is also known as Tree of Heaven.
Oh, yeah.
There's a very famous book called A Tree Grows in Brooklyn. And the little girl that's in the story is actually talking about the Atlantis tree, the Tree of Heaven. Because Atlantis grows anywhere.
And those
everywhere.
little bugs love them.
Yeah.
Those
It's
little
true.
invasive bugs love them.
Take your time.
I'll
That's
notice
upside down.
eventually.
It's upside down. It's all right.
I was ready to go.
This is why we're training. We're training.
Flip the whole thing.
How's that?
I would just start over.
I mean, that,
Yeah, just pull it out
Is that
and
not
just
good?
do it again because it's inside out.
Reverse, yeah.
Yeah.
I did the same.
Take your time. It's all right. We're training. So, yes, correct. Down. And then pull the bottom toward you. It goes toward you.
that way or this way?
It goes this way. Yeah, right. So it should be about 5 wraps, right? And then we're set. Well done. Very good.
Like that?
Yes. He's got dust.
Yep.
He's
And I
dusted up.
found it easier when the wraps were a little bit closer together
Yeah.
than spread apart.
Take your time. Find your groove, find your flow. Don't try to get a cold first. Just,
get your balance first.
just find your.
Yes.
You're getting a feel for it for the first time, so don't rush. Just play the cello, as I call it. Just figure out how to play the cello. Just pull the bow across the strings. Nice. Use the whole string. Use the whole bow. Yes. See more rotations. More rotations is give more friction. That's it. Just keep going. Breathe. Keep going. Breathe. Keep going. Breathe. I like this smoke, by the way. It's very noxious. Keep going. Keep going. Breathe. Breathe. Keep going. Breathe. Keep going. Very good. Okay.
Check it.
All right, start blowing
You
off.
got it.
Pick it up, pick it up. Don't breathe in the smoke. It's very tolerable. Nice. I first did Atlantis as a Bojo kit, like 20 years ago. And I inhaled the smoke accidentally, and I thought I was going to die.
Yay.
Very nice.
Even when you cut them like this, it
Big
stinks.
So,
Again, this one's like all spiky.
14, 15, Joe.
Oh, yeah. See, it's like
14, 15,
Oh,
Kevin did Atlantis.
It looks like those, it looks like like those filings that they do, like the magnetic ones, like.
Oh, yeah.
The black, is it black needles? Little black needles? Yeah. This is the other particle size that usually happens with hardwoods, is they're long.
I'll raise your heart rate.
So how did that feel?
That was good, yeah. I think too, just how far, like a little bit makes
Just
a difference.
leaning, a little more pressure, less pressure,
Yeah.
more pressure, less pressure, yeah. It's easier. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah. Very fibrous.
Beautiful. Well done. Very good. Who's up next? Next. Thank you very much. Well done.
Thank you. Wenge?
I think.
Wenge?
I think Wenge. What a beautiful wood Wenge is.
Yeah.
You should pass around the other ones so everyone sees what a beautiful wood it is. What's the number on that?
1930.
Oh, just 1930, that's it.
Yeah, just.
So Wenge will be a little challenging.
Wasn't my last one.
That's all right, we're just experiencing something.
As if all of it is a little challenging.
Really? I thought
It's effective.
first time.
It's another
What's your name?
Beth.
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 Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm terrible at names.
All have words like these fluent and stains, right? Like
Right,
that's what we're
right.
always trying to achieve is like those.
that would be an expensive hardwood. I would imagine.
Like, because that's what we were trying to get.
Right,
We wanna
right, I
stain
know.
the wood, right?
Well, anything after the Atlantis.
That Atlantis is just so it's noxious. It's terrible. It's so toxic.
Even when you cut it, you know you shouldn't be breathing it in.
I understand.
It stinks when you cut it.
Oh, thanks.
It's just
Looks like a brownie.
Is it? You just eat it.
If I was a beaver.
It's not just chocolate.
Actually, Wenge splinters are terrible. Like, it's one of those woods that likes to break. It's brittle. It's a brittle wood. And so when you're working with it, there's a whole, like when see, right now it's smooth because I worked it. But when you're working with the raw material, the rough material, there's like all these splinters. You'll know it.
This
Like
going
you can
around.
feel it when a splinter goes under your skin because there's some kind of chemical composition.
This
in
is
the wood
actually
where
twisted around.
it's actually really painful.
I'm starting on
Like it just you know that like it never lets you stop knowing that there's a splinter under your skin. Like it's terrible like that.
But that's better in a way, because if you left it in, you'd get an infection, you know? Like you don't always notice pine, because it's a gentle wood, you know? You can still just get an
It's-
infection.
When I'm working Wenge, I wear gloves. It's not like the
I
splinters.
feel like I did it again.
Keep this going around.
That's what he told me.
Yep.
God, it's so beautiful.
Some dust? Does she have dust?
There we go.
Fairy dust. Foo dust. Take your time. Find your groove.
You might want to bring
Find your
hand
stability.
Forward, yeah. And I have to hold that thing in place. I know.
Yeah, mating is the hardest part right there. Putting it together.
I can't even move it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Back off on pressure.
Oh,
Watch.
Yeah.
She needs to
You don't need
balance.
No, you don't need a lot of pressure. Just enough to hold it together.
I think she needs to balance the crush better because she's lopsided on top. There we go. Just like
You
this
know what?
flat.
Let's.
nope, this one's
Try-
wonky.
Try pulling your hand up further.
This?
No, like this way. Because I feel like you're shorting your. I think if you come
I'll tell you
here,
what,
you'll
we're gonna
balance
lift up.
better.
flatter. The cardboard, I think, is bending your hearthwood out of shape.
Yeah.
Nice.
That works.
Just got balance on the top there, Joe.
Something's wonky.
It's not too much pressure, just ease off.
How about,
Does it sound weird?
if you don't mind,
Oh, it's not
It's not locked.
It's not locked up. That's why.
and just from the.
You're also in
Take
an
your
old,
time.
you're in an old hole here. That's probably it.
We didn't
Oh,
do it.
yeah.
Started
Slide,
with.
slide over to this one.
Okay.
And locking, see the little nub in there? It's locking into the
Ah.
side there.
Okay.
Sorry, we're training.
We're training.
Is that okay? Do you want to move to the
This is
other
all
one?
training.
Just for your foot.
Yeah, it could have been.
This-
It could have just been that it was in the a used one or something.
It's not.
wasn't?
It can't mate together because
Yeah,
that
yeah.
one's used and that one's not.
Because that one's already rounded
So
off.
Okay.
It's good to think, all the thinking process that happens, that, you know, whether all the corrections you make, whether they're needed or not.
hold out farther here. Because this is a lever.
This is a lever. Okay.
How you get power on a lever is the farther the lever is out away from the fulcrum, the more power you get.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
Smoke already.
Yeah, wow, look at that.
what you have to do is just not stop. Just keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Very nice. More speed, more pressure. Just a little bit. Just a little bit more. Up, keep going, keep going.
Come back.
Keep going. Lean forward just a little bit. Lean forward just a little bit. Good. Keep going. Keep going, keep going.
No, it's getting hard again. Oh my god! Are you okay?
He's
Just training?
he signed a waiver. So
Oh, alright.
I wonder
I find
too,
it hard to balance this
Yes.
one.
okay.
there might not have been the soap in the top also, right?
But
So I
also
wonder if
Was it
that made it.
tilting, as you were,
Oh.
it was tilting a little
Yeah.
bit more this way, which is why it showed
Yeah.
it.
So for your first time, you can't really.
It's
You're
difficult
focused
to
on your
balance it.
bowing and all this other stuff,
Yeah.
but you don't focus on like keeping everything straight, which is why you just do it over and over again and until you don't think about it.
Right.
So it's fine.
I think I was focused on just moving.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like all the.
No, you did really
So
well.
you don't have to get a cold,
Right.
but I
No?
want you to kind of find your groove if we
Okay.
do anything. So try again
Okay.
and just find your groove and just go as long as you can,
Okay.
because that's really what I'm looking for,
Okay.
is to see if you could just like find that spot and just stay there. So that's really how you end up with successes, is your ability to just find that place and just keep going and just keep going until, oh, look.
And then turn it.
Take your time.
I think in the middle it felt nice.
Very nice.
Smooth.
No, you did have it.
Then
Like
it
you were
got-
going.
You had it.
Yes, we saw. I saw.
You were almost there if you kept
Yeah.
going.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 'cause
Make sure you have a good balance on that crutch.
Yeah,
I think
that's, this is,
This
this
thing.
part right here is what threw you off.
Yeah.
You had it.
it rolls like that way.
So you want to hold the very end of the bow, like the knot. You practically want to hold the knot at the end. Yeah.
Yeah, so get your setup first.
So
Make sure you're comfortable where you are.
I'll work that down. Okay.
Go slow and then adjust.
But just have fun with it. I want you to have fun with it, like you're playing a cello. Just pull the bow across the strings. That's all I want you to do.
Breathe.
able to bring the set closer to you, like move your foot more in and move yourself in a little bit, okay? We're gonna get this a little closer to your armpit there, okay? And just relax into, find your stability and relax into it. She's more over it before she's behind it. Now, if you find comfort in it a little bit, you go a little faster. Just pick up your speed just a little bit.
I think when I go faster, I lose this. For now.
Because you focus on one thing and you
Yeah.
lose focus on another.
Yeah.
My whole body.
The training is so
Yeah.
that you don't think about certain things you're holding anymore.
Right.
But that comes with time and practice.
Can you lean your elbow on your knee?
No. Well, let's try. I think it's just a little too.
Little, or too off. Yeah, maybe it's half an inch shorter, you could do that.
So you got the basic form, you look good.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I feel better.
Good, you did much better
But
that time, really.
tell us how it's different from an Egyptian drill. Like, what are your feelings between?
I think it's just balancing this. I feel stronger holding. Like I could put my weight this way.
So you think you were more comfortable with Egyptian drill than you
Absolutely.
are with this one? See,
Yeah.
that's interesting, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, I had the image in my head there, just as you were going, of having like a grip right here.
Like a
Oh,
tonfa.
Yeah.
that would be interesting.
Yeah, because I find, you know, look at my wrist, it's,
It's
all
really-
bent.
yeah.
But like, that's
Or if it was-
freaking
So in nature-
and it would keep it straight.
In nature, this would be a branch,
Yes.
right, that you would have taken. So you would probably be looking for a branch with a Y
With
here.
a Y or
And hold on to
yeah,
that.
some kind
Right.
of knob. Yeah. There's like the arm structure there, and then you're also vertically supporting this.
Right, and then it would,
Right.
Right.
That's
you'd be
what
less
I was-
inclined to
I
like.
also
You know
wondered
exactly where straight up
if we
and down.
wrap something
Yes.
around it, like so
Oh,
it
yeah.
supports your,
People have done that too. You just have to be careful of your elbow, because your bow will hit your elbow, which I've done. So, yeah, but whatever it kind of takes to have space and keep it flat is fine. I don't care where you're. Oh, the sun is coming up.
That would be something to work on for your personal.
But yeah. But the point is you get to experience it and you understand
Yeah.
through doing.
Yeah.
That was great. That was awesome. Very nice. Very nice. Who's up? Who's up? Who's up?
I guess I'll go.
There we go. Yes. Very nice.
All right.
Choose your poison.
I'll try this yellow birch.
Birch. Very good.
1260.
1260-ish. More or less. 1260. What's your name again? I'm sorry.
Tim.
Tim, that's right. I'm so terrible at that.
Oh, I'm terrible with names too. It takes me a
I just
while.
act it.
I'll never forget a face though. But
For some reason, dates.
Dates
Me
are not your-
remembering
no?
dates. Like what year something happened or any historical year, date, and like just never.
Time is just relative.
Just
right?
does
It's
not
just-
stick. It happened in the eternity of now, but sometime in the past eternity.
so
This happens.
All right, so we're gonna put a reload in.
oh, that's right.
That's all right. Take your time. know it's snug when you can't turn the reload.
You may want to soak the crutch.
That woodworking. That's one of the things I really got into when I was in high school. Woodworking.
This and this way. Or this keep going.
Yep.
Grab it. And then, yep. And turn this way. Yep. And then bring these together. Very nice. Good.
Perfection.
About like that.
Yeah.
And then crutch. Very nice. Very nice. Take your time. But just find your groove. Just find your sweet spot in there. Just get a feel for it now. We're just getting a feel for the new method. He's bigger, right?
Yeah.
He's a bigger guy, so
Yeah.
the set is a little, just an inch or two off for him, maybe. It just feels good right about here.
Nice, that looks great.
That looks, you look good.
Super solid.
Use the whole string. Go,
Alright.
go end to end on that bow. Yeah, there we go.
Nice.
Yeah, all you have to do is just not stop. Just breathe. Keep going. Breathe. Keep going. A little faster. Just a little bit. Breathe. Keep going. Breathe. Keep going. That's it. Breathe. Keep going. Breathe. Keep going. I can feel the top.
Keep it. Got it.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Let's make a
Keep
monster.
going.
Fast and furious.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Carefully. All right. Start blowing on it. Pick it up. Gently, gently, gently,
I see a
gently.
little spark.
Pick it up. Oh, sit up. Sit up. Sit up.
Yes.
Sit up. Sit up. There we go. Gently.
Pleasant to know.
Nice.
Oh, take your time.
Yeah, you're working so hard, then you're trying to.
Oh, I broke a pipe.
Sounds like a calm breath and not like.
Yeah, that was great. That was awesome. That was out of breath.
Wow, look at the chunks.
They're so chunky. The particles are so chunky that it's not igniting other particles. That is a problem.
Or they ignite.
That is a problem.
Okay.
Like there may be lit particles inside,
Yeah.
but they're not igniting one another because there's too much space in between.
Yeah, that looked like it was lit.
That looked
for sure. I would say that was definitely lit.
Those are like flakes.
Yeah.
Very good.
Did we get this on camera yet? This one?
Now we did. Well done. Very good.
Like flakes, like very different.
African mahogany,
Very nice. What number is it?
1070.
10. Oh, very good.
Yeah, those are.
Different. It just looks very different. You saw it, Jim?
Oh yeah.
So Tara's doing African mahogany,
Woohoo!
approximately 1,070.
Another beautiful wood.
Oh. see the chunks that come off woods that are between 3,000 and 5,000. They look like the char at the bottom of your barbecue stove outside. All the drippings are these big, huge, curly, like gnarly things that come on. It's like another world.
So African mahogany, is that different than what mahogany? A different kind of mahogany? Okay.
They're a lot of the mahoganies.
There's different kinds of.
They're different, actually, species of wood.
Totally different species.
When you say mahogany, that's just a common name, but it's not a species name.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like cedars, right?
Like cedars are actually cypresses.
Yeah. Juniper or something. Or?
Yeah, and you said red cedar is actually a juniper.
Yeah.
So you have to go by the Latin name if you really want to identify something. See, she's doing exactly what a firekeeper should do. Just methodically preparing everything before you gets out. You get a gold star. Gold star.
There's that saying, slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
That's right.
Yeah, but I don't know if I can remember this part.
It's all right.
Are you right or left-handed?
Do you bow with your right hand?
With my right.
Yeah.
So you're gonna switch.
Oh, yes, now, okay.
Sure.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. Very good. Yep, and this is gonna go, there we go. That's where usually most people don't get it, is because they wrap it and they don't know which orientation it's at. So.
Oh, foo-foo.
Yeah, more foo-foo. I got a good feeling about this.
Yeah.
No pressure.
You got a better feeling than me.
No pressure.
You keep up that steady movement, you'll be fine.
Just find your groove is all.
This is kind of weird. It's pretty tight.
It looks fine.
Yeah, this
It
part.
just feels very good. You have to get used to the bow being on an angle.
Yeah.
You have to kind of just know
With the
that
bow
it's
drill.
right. Yeah,
The
it's
bow
different
drill,
from a
you're
bow
trying
drill.
to keep the bow drill straight, but with this,
Because there's only one wrap, and you just go horizontally across, but you have to.
Because if you go straight, then it overlaps.
I'm gonna clip that back too.
It's all right. We're training.
We'll see.
Just gonna get it to turn. There you go. Don't need a lot of pressure. You just need enough pressure to hold it together. So just start your bowing. Yes. Find your groove. Don't worry about a coal. Just find your groove. Just get comfortable with the method. Just the whole string, end to end. Hey, it's smoking.
Yeah, balance is good.
Keep breathing. Breathe. Keep going. Breathe. Keep going. Breathe. Keep going. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Go, 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 go. Keep going. Keep going. Breathe. Keep going. Breathe. Use the whole string. Whole string. You can do it. Keep going. Use the whole string. Breathe. Keep going. breathe. Keep going. Use the whole string. Whole string. All right. I want you to stop. Okay. Careful. Okay. Just blow it out. Blow right through it. Give it air. Keep blowing. Blow. Yeah, keep blowing. Give it air. Give it air. Give it air. Keep blowing. Keep blowing. Coal needs oxygen. Keep blowing. Keep blowing. Keep blowing. Don't give up.
There it goes.
Yeah.
Or you can show everybody. Alright, Tara did African mahogany. Very nice. 1070. Her first ever crutch drill.
I've tried this
And obviously her first
I've tried
African
this so
mahogany.
many
Right?
times. Wow.
Good job.
Oh, I'm super stoked. Thank you.
Very nice. Very good. Well done.
I think she's got to take that one home.
I tried.
Put the coal in the
Yeah,
You have a tinder bun already.
Anybody got pottery?
Where's her camera? You have your camera?
yeah.
Take a picture of her and
Okay.
her coal. Hold up your coal.
Oh, yeah.
Get us
Hold up
to
your
the-
coal.
get us to the page.
Oh, I think you just, yeah, you can just hit the, or just push the,
These are precious moments.
oh, yeah.
Yes.
There we go. Oh, yeah, you got to see the
Our
whole.
it's got a glow. You got a glow.
It looks like black and white.
It is. I took the color off my phone.
It's alright. I don't care if you burn the carpet. It's okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Very nice. Very good. You're gonna go viral now.
I took the color off my phone so that it's not so stimulating.
Yeah. That's what I figured when you said that.
All right, okay.
Well done. Well done. Very good.
Oh, yeah.
So you don't give up. Just keep going.
Well, from the start, you had really good form. Like, you had balanced that and kept it straight.
You do have
Start.
really form.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Because I felt like it started to get
She's
like
methodical now.
Yeah.
pretty,
I like that.
like I like tired.
Good.
I think they're trying to get the
It's
form.
a really.
No,
It
it's
just so happens I do too.
It's a relationship. Like I'm not in charge.
see.
That wasn't your first hole ever, was it?
Yeah. That's
Pretty much.
Really?
Yeah, maybe the help from Kevin at the studio a few times, maybe. But that might, yeah.
nice.
Well, I'm glad we were here for that.
Well,
Yeah.
thank you very much.
It's nice when you're
That
with
is-
other people.
yes.
Did you want to pour that into the?
Yep. Very nice. Beautiful.
Gosh, I felt like maybe you should have gone last because then we could have all ended on a good note.
Is that? Yeah, sure.
You're gonna get it.
Sorry, I'm ADD.
This is gonna be a good
Not
tip.
paying attention.
You have the strength.
Oh, he's stoking the fire now that I'm about to go. It's like, we don't need no fire.
Who's up next? Who's next?
I'm up. I was gonna use the canary wood.
Yes.
Alright.
I think it's over there.
Yeah, I'll find it.
Very nice. Beautiful.
Nice job.
It's right to your right. To your, is it out already? Is that the one that was out?
Yeah.
It's right behind you, right by your feet. Straight down.
I mean, like,
It's loose. It's right by the cards.
It's that one that's out, down,
I'm not
towards
seeing.
us, right there.
Making like a bojo.
That was with that card. That was right there. Is that the same one?
I don't know. I think this might have been the one that
Is that the one
was.
that Joe passed around that?
Is this
was
the
an
one
apple?
I
that
could tell though as I kept going,
they,
I started to lose.
he's like, oh, we're not going to use this one because it was
I
used.
thought that,
There wasn't
that
gonna
was
be
that
much
one.
longer.
Yes, because it's on a
And I
curve.
wasn't gonna, I didn't have that much more time in me.
Yeah, and then
It should be missing.
Because the card is in there.
Does anybody see the black walnut?
yeah, it was
colour
this one
itself?
because it had the
Black
CAN on it.
cherry wood.
Cherry wood?
Because that looks
No.
like canary wood.
Canary wood.
Yeah.
That's the card over there behind you. Right up. Yeah.
On the floor. Okay.
Okay, so I think that was.
She's doing canary wood.
Canary wood.
Get some magic fairy dust.
What's the number on that?
15, 20.
Just 1520. So we're introducing you to woods that are out of bow drill range, out of bow drill access due to its hardness. So you wouldn't use these woods for bow drill because they would not work.
So, okay, so that makes me start to think about the,
Good, because I like that.
okay.
Because that's exactly what you're here to do. You're here to think about, you're experiencing something new, and now you're understanding it. So now you have questions.
So, the techniques and how they're reflected by the region and the woods that grow in that region.
Oh, no. So
But are there any, but is there any correlate?
there's
like-
no correlate, there's no relationship between the method and where things are from. So how Fire Dojo kind of explains this is that I have gone through all the methods that I know from around the world. These are all the methods from around the world. And what I have discovered is that the certain methods have the ability to be able for you to access woods that would not be accessible for methods that we are familiar with, like bow drill or hand drill and things like that. Because what Fire Dojo is doing is just pushing the science
I almost left myself there.
firekeeping. Because, so down on the bottom of that board there, it said homework.
Oh.
Your homework, when you leave here, is to find a place that knows more than Fire Dojo and learn there instead. And then tell me about it so I can go train there as well. That's your homework. So if anybody is taking this farther, then please let me know. Because I want to know. Because all of this I had to do myself, figure out myself, and had to teach myself because there's no one to teach me any of this. Because I could not, there's no one
Did I do it?
that has taken friction fire this
That's
far that I'm aware
up and
of.
down.
So,
Oh wait, so did I put it on the wrong side?
I think it'd be easier if you started over.
yep, always start over from the beginning.
Alright, hold on 1 second. I thought I did it the right way. Now I'm
It's
confused.
okay.
Because we're just
So
training.
this is right,
Just training.
left, right, and then
Right.
I touch, and then I wrap around the out.
Yep, and you go down.
Wait.
Down,
Down to the
Down.
basic.
Counterclockwise, right?
down, down. Yep, down,
Am I
yep.
going?
Yes.
Correct. Down,
Yes.
yep, yep.
I got that part. I just did it backwards.
It's okay.
And probably one more.
Yeah, we want no more.
There you go.
And then
And then you're back. Now
twist
you're
it
going.
this way.
Yeah, now you're inside out again.
Yeah.
Okay, what
That's
happens
why
is-
I thought I. That's why I was. I thought I was doing it the same way again.
See, what happens is you
And then
grab
you're like-
and you
And then at the
forget
end
which
you
side
go-
is supposed to go where.
Yes,
This happens with
Yeah.
everyone.
it's fine.
So it's
You did everything right, and then
It's
you brought your
like-
bow underneath.
and it's
instead
why
of
we're
in the
training.
front.
perfectly fine.
So it's always coming like.
This is how I show people. If
Now
there's
I
a
feel
better
like
way to
it's
do it,
too-
then
But
You just-
the rope is always coming close to the bow, like where it's
the
like
bow
it's
comes off the string comes off the
Comes off.
side of the bow. You don't want the spindle trapped between the string and the bow. You don't want it trapped in between that
Nicole, I'm
space.
gonna interfere just a tiny bit.
You want the spindle outside the space of the
Okay,
string and the
okay.
bow.
Then absolutely interfere when you see stuff like that, please.
Because it'll bind instead of, instead of what you want.
Am I straight up and down with this?
Yeah.
Looks fairly good. Just find your groove.
I just want to make sure I'm up and down.
Just back the foot up just a little bit that way, so you don't get clipped.
So thank you.
I don't think it's
not
tight enough.
It's not tight down the
All right,
bottom.
don't move.
I thought I tightened it.
It's all right. It's okay. Yeah, it's definitely.
Oh.
Yeah.
Good catch, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Just find your groove. Take your time. Keep your crutch straight. This way. Straight. Oh. I know it may feel weird, but this is straight. That sounds nice.
Looks good.
It has a nice sound to it when it jives together. Is it smoking? Okay, just don't stop. Just keep going. Breathe.
Is it just me or does it feel like it goes like from here and then across?
It is, yeah.
It's been.
You can start a little bit.
Like it's not going straight. Like you know how you go straight?
Just breathe. Keep going. Whenever you stop, you lower the temperature immediately. This is why you don't stop, because you will lower the temperature. It won't ignite.
You're doing good.
Yep. Just keep going. Yep. That's why we're training. It's all good. You have to rewrap that from the beginning. Yeah.
Okay.
That's not good. That's all right. That's all right. Everything is okay.
There's more learning.
Just take your time. Touch, grab, and down,
Yeah.
down, down. Very good. Take your time.
And keep the bow by me.
No pressure.
Good
Nope.
job.
That's,
Yeah,
Pull the
one more
coils a
there.
little bit closer
you're gonna
to
need
each
one more
other.
wrap.
Whoops, sorry. I thought it was hot for sure.
Together. Good, you look good.
I think next class I'm definitely gonna wear a t-shirt.
You're doing fine.
Part of the training is you have to do this next to a roaring fireplace. You sweat to death.
Like I feel like I have downward pressure.
Just find your groove. Oh, that sounds nice.
Oh, it did?
Yeah, just don't stop, but don't stop. You have to not
I
stop.
just felt like I thought it just
Just
sounded.
keep going.
I
Just keep going. Breathe
That's very good.
and keep going. Breathe and keep going and do not stop.
You're doing
Just
good.
breathe, keep going.
Nice.
You're using your full
Keep
power.
breathe,
You're doing
keep going.
everything right.
That's it. Breathe. Keep going. Breathe. Keep going. Breathe. No until you can't go anymore. Just breathe.
You can do it.
Breathe. Focus. Focus.
You can
Okay,
do it.
okay,
You
okay.
can do it.
It's really chunky, right? Look how chunky it is. Keep going.
I don't think it was big enough.
Or but pass it around so everyone sees the
Oh,
full
I just-
texture.
It's okay.
She just smushed it. When that,
So I was gonna try again.
Can,
Oh,
okay.
Why wasn't done?
It was
Is that
I could tell by particle size that it's not gonna,
Was there a lot more you need to cover?
it's all right.
What's that?
That was a good,
I mean,
that
I
was
don't
a
wanna
good
take
run. Like, that was an excellent run, what you did.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. The point is what she was just doing. Whether or not she got a cold, right? She just kept going and kept going and kept going. That's all I care about. That's all I really.
Is that something, how you take the spindle out of the knot, out of the?
Yeah, you just gotta not destroy everything you got. So this is why you gotta take your time.
I know. Pull your loops.
If there's an actual cold in
When
there,
you're all exhausted.
just take your time. I know, but you can't be excited about it either. Like you have
It's
to.
close together.
Yeah, I know.
This particular set.
And some people, do they like keep
Is that
the,
enough for us?
do they keep the spindle in there for a little bit
And if you
until they're kind of
pull it,
ready and then pull it
lift
out?
your backhand.
What's that?
Like
No,
get
you don't-
spaced out like that and lift
There's
your
a
backhand
trick
a little bit as you
where some people will
That'll
put the spindle in and out of the notch to like force air moving through the notch.
Huh.
That makes,
Oh.
I don't know if that makes sense.
Almost like a bellows.
Some people, they'll finish bowing
Yeah.
and then they'll go like this. And they're actually pumping air in and out of the notch, giving the coal air. Which is a little trick, but not necessary. It looks cool.
Yeah, I wonder if you might potentially just handle the coal that way.
It depends, if you're vibrating while you're doing it,
Right.
you're gonna destroy the coal, definitely. So,
you want your hand, like the backhand a little lower.
take your time, just find your groove. The point is to find your groove and sit there and cruise. Cruise in your groove. These are very scientific words I'm using, I know.
Cruising.
Just cruise in your groove. That's right. Just stay there. Okay, breathe. Keep going. Breathe. Just breathe. Easy, easy. Just breathe.
I feel like I'm
It's a marathon, not a sprint. Okay, put your stuff down. Put it down. There you go. Okay, don't destroy it. Just breathe into it. Take your.
I think it went out.
Okay. But
It wasn't
we need to examine the particle size. So we're gonna pass it around and we're gonna show.
So harder woods
Look
you
at the
wanna,
space in between.
Yeah,
all the particles.
massive.
Look at the space. We're not gonna touch it. Don't touch the coal. But look at all the space between the particles.
so if you have that much space, do you wanna try
They're
to?
not touching this.
Oh.
If there was one ignited particle,
Yeah.
it's not touching the next particle next to it, and it cannot grow. It will not grow.
And it doesn't
It will
reflect
just
heat.
die. That one particle that's in there is just
You
gonna
wanna get
die.
it-
So do you try to
Is that
push
in the
the,
camera?
So what you end up doing
Yeah.
is, and you cannot destroy it while you're doing it.
Did you see Tim?
It takes a lot of practice to start pushing particles together in that space without destroying everything. So it takes a little practice.
So instead of blowing on it right away, like, would you want to try to bunch it and then blow, or is it all
You have to,
depends?
see, here's the thing. I'm trying to get you to see what the situation is with the particles, so you know what to do. Because you don't know what to do, because you've never seen this before. You don't know what problem you're encountering right here. Right? This is all like new. There's a diagram of like unknown unknowns and unknown knowns, and I don't know if you're familiar with that diagram. These are unknown unknowns. Like you have no idea that this problem even exists, right? So it's like you don't know what to do. So I'm trying to explain that like the variables here are there's a problem of particle spot size. There's space between the particles. If there is one ignited particle in there, you have to bring them together, and you have to do it without destroying the stability of the structure of the coal. You have to kind of just compress everything like really slowly, without
Shaking it apart, yeah.
without shaken infant syndrome, because I'm a nurse. It's terrible.
Shaken baby syndrome.
Shaken baby syndrome. So like you can't. So very good, Nicole. That was a good run. That was excellent. A for effort, definitely. Is that her? That's not her, baby.
No.
Did everybody go?
Is it?
Was that everyone?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
It's 3:00. All right. So there's more in the box, right?
There is more in the box.
Yeah, we've
Oh,
done
you know what?
18, I think, so
So,
far.
are we up to you again?
Mm-hmm.
There's Douglas further.
Oh.
I made sure that there was some just for. So bow drill, in bow drill, there are woods that you will encounter that just don't want to light. Even though they feel like they want to light, they just don't want to light.
I thought maybe I got back.
So it's actually outside the box.
Douglas fir.
On this side?
No, right in front of you, actually. It's that big bag.
The spindles.
Yeah, the big bag.
These are baseboard. Baseboard?
Not the other Douglas fir.
No, the board.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Should we do crutch or Egyptian?
Your choice.
Okay.
Whatever you want to do.
I think I would like
Or
to
both.
do.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll try Egyptian.
Oh, I think I put it back in the garage.
The Egyptian
So this-
drill?
I won't be sitting in the
I think
camera's
this is
way.
it. Is this it?
What does that say?
The Egyptian drill.
No, I need bow drill.
Okay.
This says 620 on the Junka, and so we tried it last time for the bow drill workshop because that's in bow drill range. No, it didn't work.
It was the only one we didn't get.
Put a
right.
lot of effort in and a lot of smoke,
You get those splinters. Like
and it just never.
Yeah.
So let's see what we can do. Is it more pressure? Is that going to solve this problem? I don't know. Because that's really all we're doing right now is adding pressure with these increasing increments of technology. Let's see if it needs to be tightened. Probably does. Just do 6 wraps.
If the Douglas fir, it retains its resin a really long time.
Yeah, that's what we're suspecting here is a chemical number 7 issue. But yeah, so I'm from the Pacific Northwest, and tons of Douglas fir and the big stumps that they leave behind are like they'll rot away and leave these massive spiky spires of fat wood, which is just super resinous wood that doesn't rot. Like it'll probably be there for centuries. So you break that stuff off. I love to use it to make fire because it burns like it's covered in lighter fluid. But for some reason it doesn't want to ignite into a coal.
I
so.
put that stuff in my
I do not remember where I put it.
because that'll just go.
Well, I've got everything sorry, not the board. Yeah. Everything else is here.
Where did I put it? It's not this one. That's Egyptian. That's Crutch. That's Tongo. Oh, let's just do it all.
Okay, sure.
Sorry.
All good.
So what about different woods with different woods as a baseboard and a spindle?
So what you want to practice that like after you've done the same wood on the same wood, like one place. And then you want to, because one of the things you're going to test is like one is actually softer and the other one's actually harder. So one is going to eat the other. So if your spindle is softer than your hearthboard, the hearthboard's going to eat the spindle. Like you're going to see it actually shrink down. And vice versa. So if the spindle is harder and the hearthboard is softer, you drill through the board. So when it comes to hardnesses, but like if you could balance the two, then you could probably get a coal, regardless of what species they are.
Is the white oak over here?
Probably.
I wouldn't mind.
You're brave, dude.
I want to take it on. We couldn't get it last time either. that not for the barbell, for
Give me
the,
the
we tried it
notebook.
with the
What do you need?
I
toggle
was gonna
drill.
grab my notebook.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And then,
Couldn't get it,
I
but
don't know if you wanna.
Oh,
yeah.
for the back. Okay. Joe.
There you go. So what you guys don't know is that Alex came up with another caretaker. His name was Dave. And the two of them spent the day here with me and we did Egyptian drill already. So this is Alex's actually second day. He's a ringer, actually.
never get enough Ihon. Alright.
He's done most of these. 'Cause the reason why they were used is because these guys used them. But we were doing white oak, and we even busted out the toggle drill, which will light up just about anything, and we still couldn't get it.
Oh,
So,
Yeah. It has a very cool particles, you'll see.
So this is white oak? This
so
one?
white oak, it is the Professor Moriarty to Alex's Sherlock Holmes. I hope that's a good reference. It is his nemesis.
This and the Douglas fir. Those are the two.
You got an agreement over there.
Yeah,
so is that a
fire,
fuel
right?
problem
It's like
because of the
you.
way it?
So this produced very, very large flakes. Very large flakes last time. And I'm approaching this with a different idea right now, which is that I would like to see if I can make small flakes with very light pressure and slowly warm it up and get a nice little pile of small flakes, small particles, yeah. And then
Okay.
towards the end of that, lay on the pressure, lay on the speed really fast in one big burst and see if that can overcome that issue of particles. Just find my right balance here.
So he's playing with the variables.
Yeah.
So he's playing with pressure. He's playing with time because he's going to go long. This is a marathon and not a sprint. Still running.
So I'm barely leaning on it right now. Just enough to hold it in place. And as long as it's a little bit of smoke, I know it's producing a nice, that sounds good.
That does sound better, right?
As long as there's a bit of smoke.
That sound before,
Like the
that
wood
will
sawing?
destroy your coal. Like I could literally feel the earthquake shaking his coal apart down there. I could tell just by the sound. But how smooth it is now, it's gonna stay together much better.
Okay, so I'm about ready to amp up on the pressure and speed here. I feel like there's a decent
So it's
heat
like
pile there.
you could go that speed all day long.
I thought it was supposed to sound like
My buddy.
Dude. See him slowly push,
together.
get rid of the space between particles. He's also holding in the temperature as well as keeping it from being destroyed because the particles are so loose, they will just come apart while he's breathing on it.
keep seeing wisps.
Yeah, I see.
If it
There it
gets-
is.
I probably got through to this.
This
Who does?
is playing with the variables. Exactly what his explanation was of what he was gonna do. We went through the whole shebang. We went through Egyptian drill. We did Egyptian drill, crutch drill, toggle drill, no coal.
Yeah.
But he's like, what's the problem here? What's the problem here? What's the problem here? And he figured it out. That took a lot of work, right? That was awesome. So at 15, 12, 15, 12. Alex does white oak. That was impressive.
Tell me what it is.
I'm gonna let you keep that board, and that's you're keeping that. You take it home
What a gift. Thank you.
because you didn't see what we went through that day.
Toggle drill. Couldn't get it with the toggle.
We couldn't get it with the toggle drill. The toggle drill lights up everything. So
I think we should take a picture of that with
yeah,
Alex.
definitely.
Oh.
We need a picture with that. But everybody did great today.
It's beautiful with the fire in the background too. Here, let's put Joe in there too. The Joe hole.
Sensei. It's sensei there.
I love that. That's great. Good.
All right, anybody that wants to, we have a few minutes. Anybody that wants to go next, just go. Yeah?
How are we gonna top that?
That's not what this is about. He has more training than you guys.
I mean, I can always go again.
He has more training.
Yeah,
So that only makes sense.
Were you
that
going to
he-
mention this board at all?
Oh yeah, true. I could do that if you want. We're gonna do that. 'Cause we're done at like 3:30, right? All right, so I'm kind of trailblazing. Like I don't know where Fire Dojo is going. Like I don't know where firekeeping is going because, as far as I know, friction fire is I'm raising the bar pretty high. So, but I'm also kind of lost because I'm just I don't know. So I have a martial arts background, so I'm not sure how to train people yet and how to do this because there's never been formal training in friction fire. So for me right now, a white belt is someone who has at least successfully done every method. So you go through every method and you get a coal so that you've at least experienced every method, right? You start learning the 22 variables, right? So when you start running into problems, you're able to start problem solving. This is the list of how to solve your problem. Basically, somewhere in there is the answer to your problem that you ran into in those 22 things. Okay? Understanding that there's 4 foundations to firekeeping, and that is cordage making, woodworking, it's at the top there.
Yeah.
Cordage making, woodworking,
Plant
plant tree ID, and stone tools. So if you're gonna do this absolutely primitively, you would need to have those 4 skills before you can even do friction fire. Now all of these skills take a ton of time. So before you can even start getting really good at friction fire, you would have to understand those first. Like it's not easy. I think you should start with the Obsidian standard, which is you need technology that's, I don't want to say perfect, but it's like near perfect, so that you can understand what, if you had absolutely the best stuff, what would happen. right? This is what should happen if I had really the best stuff. That way when you go out in the woods, you know in your mind now what to look for and how it should work. Understanding the lost childhood, which is you need to have experience with those things before you can, like, I call it from going from scales to jazz, right? So you learn your scales while you're playing a musical instrument, and only later are you going to be able to, like, free flow and, you know, like, just jam. Like, you can't do that yet. So at this stage, you're doing what's called moving from structure to function. This is, anybody have a medical background? Anatomy and physiology. Did you take anatomy and physiology? Yes. So I'm a nurse, so I had to take anatomy and physiology. So anatomy is structure and physiology is function. So when we learn a kidney, the kidney looks like this, but what it does is X, Y, and Z, right? So when you're first learning, you don't even know what a crutch drill is, right? You don't even know what that Iroko wood is. Like, you don't know what these are. So you're learning structures, and when you take the variables and you put them together, you see if you get a cold, like you see if it has function, okay? This is all white belt, okay? Now with white belt stuff, that's only 5% of the 100%. Because the actual 95% of the work is understanding and learning how to make sets like this. Like, can you actually make a set that is like near perfect, where you could just, you have to be able to go, all right, light it up. Not good enough for you. Good enough for somebody that you've never even met before. That would be, I have the confidence to know that if you put that together, you're gonna light up a coal. That is how you have to make a set. Does that make sense? Okay. So you're gonna make sets not just for yourself, but for others. You have to know how to make sets for something that you would hand your child. You would hand this to your child, and that would save your child's life. That's how well you have to make a set. Okay? So there's STEAM involved: science, technology, engineering, art, and measurements, or math measurements. I like to say measurements. So the science is the 22 variables. That's your language right there. That's your science. The technology are the actual devices. Engineering is understanding how to build these things. How do you build these things? Woodworking. You have to have that skill of woodworking. So the art of it is being able to be creative enough to, what he just did with the white oak. That is the creativity. After you play around with something long enough, you could just be like, if I did this and I did that, I might be able to solve this problem. That is the art part of the skill in itself, what he just did. And then there's measurements. So what I try to do is I try to make everything universal. There are universal sizes here that if I explain to any woodworker, they're going to know exactly what I'm talking about. So there's that. So this is greenbelt stuff. But you're still doing structure, learning the variables, and understanding that they function. You're still moving this way. This is this, and when you play around with it, you get a coal. It functions. There's a function to that, structure and a function. So what's a black belt? A black belt is now, you're gonna start doing this to the white belts and the green belts. So you start taking on the responsibilities of moving someone up to a black belt. That is a black belt, because a black belt is a teacher, and now you're becoming a teacher. So you're not just training yourself. You have to be able to transmit it to other people. You have to have the ability to transmit it. You can't just have the information. You can't just have it sitting in your notebook. It can't just be sitting as a photo on your phone. You have to be able to give that experience to somebody else. And then there's Shihan, this is still also structure to function, because you're explaining this is this and it does this when you do it correctly. Shihan is high level teacher in Japanese. So at this point, you make up your own method. You actually, out of thin air, create a new method. Not a crutch drill, not a toggle drill, not a hand drill. You have to make up something. So now you're going from function to structure. You have to create something in your head and then build it. Now, I got a ton of videos on the YouTube. They're all free. But there's all these crazy devices that I made. So my daughter is now next month she's gonna be 19. So when she was 4 years old, four years old, one day I saw her jumping up and down on her bed. She's just jumping up and down on her bed. Cutest little thing ever, right? So I'm like, I can translate that energy into a friction fire device. So I built this A-frame with a bar that she could hold on to with a, I forget what you call this. It's a
treadle?
A treadle. That's like on a lathe, a treadle lathe. So I built a treadle connected to a lathe-like device that is actually a friction fire device. And I had her hold the bar and jump up and down on the treadle, and she gets cold at 4 years old. That is Shihan level. So I have a bunch of methods like that on video if you look them up. So, and then you can do whatever you want after that, because that's it. But the bar is very high. So, especially for people who have never done it. Even in Portugal before. So, any questions? Anything anybody want? We good?
UX, UI on the bottom of the white.
UX, UI. So user, this is coder language. This is coder language for user experience, user interface. So what you did today was both experience and interface. So you worked with the devices, and now you understand them because you work with them. So that's user experience, and you interface with them. You were actually, we didn't just talk about these. You interface with them, like you were here with them, and you did that. So
all that steam talk up, and you got yourself a grant right there. I mean, you can write a grant. I mean, seriously.
I hope so. So we'll see where this goes. You know? Just getting started, really. So, anybody got anything? Anybody want to say anything?
Thank you.
Questions,
Thank
comments?
Thank you. It's a really nice
Loans,
environment to work on this. Like
Yes.
it's really, because you're calm and you're not like it's gonna rain or it's like too cold or like it's really super calm. And
Some teachers don't like when I teach this way. I've had other teachers actually say to me, like, I don't like you like teaching like this. I'm like, I don't know what it is, but like when we are focusing on learning something, there can be no distractions. You can't be hungry, you can't need a bathroom, you can't be cold, you can't be rained on. You can't have those things in a real learning environment. And I refuse to have them in my learning environment. So this is how I train. It's how I think training should be for a while. You want to train outside? Go train outside. It's fine. Go ahead. No one's stopping. But thank you for that, yes. Yeah. So next month is hand drill.
Yes.
It's gonna be a big one.
So I figure the morning we'll do floating, and the afternoon we'll do pressure thumb brace. So everyone gets a feel for that. If you're interested. So, and I'm going to thoroughly explain why hand drill should always be blisterless and callusless. If I said that right.
Did we go over of the camp?
Of the camp.
What is
So, of the camp is a term from Tom Brown's book, Grandfather.
Oh, okay.
So there's a chapter where when Grandfather was really young, before he learned hunting and gathering, and before he became a scout, and before he became a shaman, the first thing you do as a child is you learn things of the camp.
Gotcha.
You just know how things are in your tribe. Like, this is just how it is, right? And who can remember the first batch of eggs they ever ate as a child? What were they?
Scrambled.
You can remember.
Yes, I can.
That's amazing, right?
My
So
father's mother made them.
I know I couldn't remember, but it's like you grew up with your parents making you food, right? If they cooked for you, I don't know. If you had a maid, that's great. But like, you grew up with like food being handed to you, and this is the way things are, and this is how things are in your kitchen, and this is how things are in your living room. Like, this is how things are. So, in your childhood, this just would have been in your shelter. It would have been of the camp. And your friend would have had one of these in his shelter, and your aunt and uncle would have had one of these in their shelter. So you would have just grown up around it, and you would have just been like, yeah, it's fire kit. Here, watch, I'll show you how to do it. Because you grew up doing it. But none of us, that's lost. That's lost us. Things of the camp. If that makes sense.
So those two things are basically related. Okay.
They were just like, you just grew up doing that.
Yeah.
Like our childhood would be like some drunk uncle throwing fucking grass on a bunch of logs, and you're like, here you go, that's campfire.
So,
Stand back.
Stand back. We're
Yeah.
gonna shoot Roman candles at it.
so
There are a lot of things that people don't understand, like to can food and unfortunately how to harvest an animal, and a lot of things that were very commonplace that aren't anymore. People
absolutely.
have lost a lot of that.
So I'm proud of being like Gen X, and like, you know, we were the kids that ran through people's yards and bikes miles away, and your parents had no idea where you were, and drank out of the hose outside, you know, that kind of thing. Kids today will never understand that.
Get child protective.
That was
services
like,
called.
yeah.
Like, lock my kids out of the house, they're drinking out of the hose.
So it was like, we good?
Yeah.
That's our
Thank
date
you.
today. Thank you for
Thank
coming.
you.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm gonna have to. I need a bigger dojo, I guess. This is because there was just 5 of us last time, right?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Unless there's anything else, we're good today. And
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't care. It's Super Bowl Sunday. I don't follow sports, but if you need to get back,
No,
you should be on your
I
way.
didn't even know it was the Super Bowl. Is it?
I don't. Yeah, because I don't care. I
Go to
don't
the
follow.
grocery store, you can't get away from it.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's pretty bad.
Sure.
Groceries.
All the chicken wings are gone.
Oh,
Right.
they're definitely
There's
gone.
ranch sauce everywhere. You got like big things of ranch.
Men running around in huge men running around in shirts branded with their team and not really understanding where they're at in the grocery store.
Anybody need a drink or feel free to use the bathroom before you go. You know, do whatever you gotta do.
Joe, definitely get some windshield wiper fluid.
So
Yeah.
this will be online at some point because everything I teach is free. Like we just had these experiences and now we're going to share them with the world. So I thank you, everyone, for the training we did today. Thank you. All right. Thank you. That's all for it. going. Relax into it. Relax. Breathe. Relax. Breathe. Oh, it's lit. You got it. It's already lit. So slowly pick it up. Don't destroy it.
It's a strong one.
So Nicole got her first Anigre. Anigre, very good. With a junk of 990? 990. Well done. Very good.
Well, the 990 is definitely a lot easier than a 1500.
Well, that's not, yeah, the point is you're playing with different materials. So you have an understanding of something that's like 1500. Now you have an understanding of something that's like 1000. So, and notice the particle size structure is different
It's dustier.
than the canary wood, which is why it lit up easier and so fast, is because of the particle size.
So that's why I was thinking, like, if you mix it with the cattails, it might help it stick together more. Like,
You could definitely practice with that if you see what that does. Well done. Very
all right,
good.
Thank you. All right, I can go home.
Nicole's first Anigre. Congratulations.
How do I get rid of Nicole? Make sure she starts a fire before she goes.
It's all good.
As long as I get one. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.